Welcome to day 2 of our learning lab. Day 1 was amazing, and I just want to thank all of the presenters who shared their Saturday with us. Welcome to Lisa Johnson and Kelly Caldwell for our day 2, all about advocacy. And before we dive in, just a few quick reminders that if you want to receive CEUs for this course, you must be present live for both day 1 and day 2 to get the live credit for the course. You have to take the learner assessment, which will be on the course page at the end of this session today, and it must be completed within 14 days. And I will put just those reminders in the chat as well for people to refer back to. And now I'm gonna just turn it over to Kelly and Lisa.
Thank you so much, Casey. We really appreciate it. Well, welcome everybody. We're going to go ahead and tell you a little bit about ourselves, and we're then going to jump into advocacy and action, how to obtain the tools you needed.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Caldwell. There's really no relevant disclosures. We were talking about this the other day, and while Lisa and I are very, very passionate about tools and things that you can use to make your life easier as a clinician, we really don't have any financial connections. So, claiming innocence in all of this, the MetaSLP Collective did give us an honorarium to present today, and you'll see my son over there in the picture with Santa Claus.
I'm just going to echo the same thing Kelly said. I'm Lisa Johnson. This is a picture with my kiddo and Santa as well. So I am receiving an honorarium with the collective for this, but no non-financials to disclose. We are going to be talking about some different tools that you heard about yesterday and others that we've used in our practices and experienced throughout our careers. So you'll see some images of some of those as well while we're in there, and we have some of the disclosures for that. But we'll go ahead and we'll jump into what today is going to look like. So time ordered agenda, we're going to be a little bit fluid with this, kind of bopping between different areas within exploring therapy materials, equipment, funding, and advocacy, implementation. We are going to shoot for taking a break around noon. If we get too far past noon, somebody just shoot us a message in the chat. Sometimes we get a little carried away. Then we're going to talk about some of the realities of therapy budgets, and then we're going to summarize everything out, talking about the advocacy for these different materials and how to really make it work in the real world, in the real clinical setting. So some of the objectives that we're going to address, identifying key funding sources within your setting, state, and organization. I know we have a lot of individuals on the call from a lot of different states, different settings. So there are some specifics within different states, within different settings and organizations, and then there's a lot of similarities as well. We're going to be identifying different components of return on investment related to these settings and organizations, looking at timelines and action goals for funding requests, and then key components of your budget and department allocations as it relates to materials and equipment. And we do want to let you guys know this is going to be very interactive today, so please make sure take a moment right now. If you don't have a notebook in front of you or something to write things down, make sure you have something available. And also make sure that you have access to the chat box. We will be asking you to put information into the chat box throughout today's lab, because we're going to be taking some of that information and helping to format some answers and problem solving for you as we do this. Just a note, if you are watching this from your phone, the slides might be a little small. They are some very detailed slides we have, so we would encourage you write things down if you don't have another alternative way to watch. All right. Sourcing slide, all the information was collected this past month and a half. But for the most part, most of the ideas and information suggestions, they are coming from myself and Kelly's life experience, working as clinicians, as directors. Both of us have a vast experience within the therapy world, from contract to home health to private practice, outpatient, nonprofit, for-profit. So we've covered the gamut between the two of us. So that's where a lot of the information is going to be coming from today. And then, as I mentioned, there are some different images that we'll be going over that are giving a little bit of flavor to our slides today. But the appearance of any external product images which are recognizable does not constitute an endorsement or recommendation. We are not financially associated with any of the products mentioned during the presentation. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Kelly and we're going to jump in.
All right. So a couple of weeks ago, I actually asked a few questions of my personal Facebook friends, and I said, "What do you take to work? You know, what's in your self-care bag?" And I was getting answers like, you know, toothbrush, toothpaste, maybe a hairbrush or a comb, something to sort of settle the hair down when you get there. If you're male, maybe that applies to you too. Some people would say things like snacks. Perhaps they might bring like a stress ball or something that they need to sort of cope with maybe high stress situations, something that you feel is very personal. So you don't have to put this one in the chat, but if you feel comfortable, what is in your self-care bag at work? I want you to think about that. And if you feel comfortable, go ahead and type something in the chat. I'll go ahead and tell you, I have a little drawer in my desk with a couple of little zipper pouches just as like a backup. I have some chewing gum, I have some Altoids, a little protein bar, some nut snacks, toothbrush and toothpaste always comes in handy. Oh, I see some answers popping in. Chapstick for sure. We also have snacks and water, gum. Oh, hand cream, that has been a lifesaver lately with everything being so dry in my neck of the woods.
Oh, I
Glasses
saw some noise
cleaner.
canceling headphones on there.
Okay. Oh, nail files. Those come in like you get to work and you're like, oh my gosh, I've got this, I've got to take care of. So not to belabor the point, but think of these items like this is what you might spend your personal money on. These are things that you use to take care of yourself, things that you use to make your 8-9 hour day, however long it is, a little bit more comfortable. Ooh, chocolate got put in the chat as well. Yes, essential oils from someone else, eye cleaner. Back when I was struggling with headaches a lot more often, I definitely would have things that I would use to cope with headaches. Thank goodness that has not been a need here lately. Okay. So here is probably the biggest soapbox that we have. If you are regularly taking your paycheck and you're spending your salaried money, money that you get paid to do your job, on something that's work related, and that's outside of all those things that we just talked about, I want you to sort of review. It might be very uncomfortable. And I want you to revise that pattern. So, all those things that you take with you that you just listed, personal fidget item got listed, headphones and snacks, nail files, protein shakes, those are things that you need to survive the day. They're not necessarily things that you use for patient care. So, keep those two ideas a little bit separated in your mind, that what you might want to spend your personal money on is not going to be something that you need for patient care. And I think if we can all start at that level, the rest of the information you get today will make a lot more sense in terms of how do we change the pattern if perhaps you are that person who's spending your personal paycheck on stuff for work. All right. So, what we used to do has changed dramatically. And it's not always because of a presidential change, but sometimes there are changes that come with federal administrative rule changes or law changes. So, way back in 2017, there was a bill that got passed called the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and it was a temporary suspension of what used to be tax deductible expenses. So, if you paid for something for work and then you submitted on your tax filing an itemized deduction, you could, to a degree, claim some of those itemized deductions on your taxes, and it would reduce your tax liability. And that was prior to the period from 2018 to 2025. All of that being said, you might not have even known that that changed. Maybe you are a person who just takes the standard deduction. You're not a person who goes through the itemizing process, or maybe you're using your software and you're filing your taxes yourself, and you discover that the itemized deduction is not going to be more than the standardized deduction. So you just take standardized. So this rule change probably never even hit your radar. That wouldn't surprise me. It didn't really hit my radar in 2018 because honestly, I filed my own taxes on TurboTax, and we usually qualify for the standard deduction. So here's the change. A lot of those things that you used to put down as an itemized deduction, you cannot claim as an unreimbursed work expense for a tax reduction in your tax liability. And some of you may have been perhaps impacted by this around 2018 plus. If you are, this is the bottom line, if you're a W-2 employee, you should not be paying for anything you need to do your job without your employer reimbursing you. And that is based on tax law. And just this past July, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act of 2025 permanently changed the law. So it was a temporary rule, and now it's a permanent change. So this is your bottom line motivation to make sure you are having hard conversations with your employers about where money is coming from, how certain items are getting paid for you to do your job, and be a great clinician. So I do have some disclaimers here that there are some state tax differences that some states may have, perhaps in their own ways, an unreimbursed work experience credit, or work materials credit, or educational experience credit that you can claim in your state taxes. I found one in Pennsylvania that had some itemized deductions. The other piece of the puzzle to consider is that there are going to be some things you can personally spend your money on, and I do personally spend some money on, but they are well above the minimum required to maintain my license, my certification that my employer requires, or if there's any specific trainings that are required to do my job. So I might pay for a training knowing that I'm going to feel like it's going to build me up as a clinician. Maybe it makes me a better candidate for a future job. Those might still be tax deductible. So you can use an IRS checklist. It's sort of a yes/no questionnaire to evaluate whether or not a specific work-related education expense might still be tax deductible. So if this is where you're at, where you're like, gosh, they're telling me don't pay for anything for work, but I still want to go to this training or that training, you might still be able to take that training expense off on taxes. It just depends on if it's the minimum required to have your certification, which your employer's required to do your job. So if it meets that threshold of my employer requires it, I've got to have it, your employer should be paying for it. I hope I didn't hit that soapbox too hard. All
I
right.
think that's a really good point, Kelly, because a lot of times, not only do we have our personal bag that we bring in with us, we also have our work bag we like to haul around. And we really want you guys to kind of take good inventory of what's going on. What are you bringing in? What are you just assuming, oh, this is what I need, so I'm going to take care of it. Especially with those rule changes. I know I saw in the comments quite a few of you guys referred that these rule changes did impact you in a big way. So taking this to heart and also using that information to help advocate for why you either can't or no longer are going to be purchasing some of these items out of your own pocket.
All right. So I tried to do a little self-reflection, what is in my workplace? And I will tell you, not one of these things has come out of my personal pocket. So occasionally I will purchase cups and straws, or mostly straws, and then I'll do a cash reimbursement through my employer. They'll send me to the business office to go get reimbursement using the receipt that I used, whether it was Amazon or Family Dollar. Tongue depressors, I usually just stick with the plain ones, but I have gotten some of the flavored ones, which we'll talk about. Furniture, so I have actually gone to the surplus for our hospital system and picked out furniture to put in my office and said, you know what I have in there is not adequate. Can I go look at something else? So if you don't ask the question, you might not know that something else could be available. I do not pay for scope cleaning and repairs, even if a scope issue is my fault. It usually is not, but you never know. CDs and DVDs, I get them by the tower. They are not paid for out of my personal pocket. Protector sleeves, I send an email off to the office director and say, hey, I need some more CD protector sleeves. And the reason that's relevant for me in my voice and swallow clinic is sometimes I need to send videos out from video stroboscopies or fees out to an outside provider. Food dye, again, this is that situation where I purchase them and then I submit a receipt and get cash reimbursement. So ultimately, the net here is that I'm not paying for them. I talked with our clinical director some years ago about a new anatomy poster, and I got some handouts for patient education. And some of those you might get free at a conference, and that's great, especially if your employer has sent you to said conference, so you can rack up on those materials. Some of them you might choose to purchase through your very limited budget. Test materials and protocols with a laminator. All of that is kind of a single line item, but it's a huge portion of what I have in my clinic, given that I have a lot of patients. I need them so I can clean them when I need to. And I'm sorry, sometimes my internet is a little bit unstable. I've tried to make it as good as I can. And then miscellaneous expenses, post-it notes I will rack up from the secretaries in the office, envelopes, gloves, all that. And then I do get CME funding. I'm sorry about the internet issues. Hopefully it cleans up.
And if we keep having the cutting out, we might both just hop off of video too. That might clean it up a little bit as well. So if we disappear off camera, that's why. All right. So Kelly talked a little bit about what's in her workplace. So I'm primarily in skilled nursing. I see individuals in skilled nursing, home health, outpatient. And in addition to all of the items that Kelly had mentioned, these are just some of the standardized tools that we have at all of our organizational sites. And I am in a very fortunate situation where I can help drive a lot of the what is in our toolkit, and what is available at all of our organization sites. So me personally, I work for an organization that has over 30 sites at it. We have a very large SLP team, with at least one SLP, if not more, per site. So these are some of the things that are available for myself and all of our SLPs to tap into. So our fees, our EMSTs, formal and standardized assessments, NMES, biofeedback tools, therapy apps. All of our individuals have choices between iPads, laptops, desktops to utilize. We have the standard suite for IDSI testing materials, thickeners, vital monitors. Each one of our SLPs has their own access to vital machines in addition to what is provided in the gym and also on the unit. And it's really, really important as SLPs, we have that pulse ox. We have access to those vitals, especially depending on what your clinic setting is. We also have CEU subscription access. So with the organization that I'm with, I really work hard to ensure that our SLPs have access to a minimum of 12 hours of CEs every single year, if not more. So it's a really, really important part within our organization. And then those miscellaneous office supplies. I did see in there, I am a pen guru girl. Like I love my nice smooth jelly pen or those like really fun Sharpie pens. So I actually found a way to get it into what's called our procurement partners purchasing. So it is now a standard item that we can select in our therapy office supplies. So sometimes it is just, if this is something you want and use and there's a reason behind it, just making that small request and getting it added. Big purchasing power is always a good way to move some of those pieces. All right. So, what we'd love for you guys to do now, as I see everybody's getting really acquainted with the chat box, really, we want to ask the question, what's in your workplace? So take a few moments here. Think about the inventory at your current job. Or if you are somebody who is actively job seeking, maybe you're a student getting ready to go into that first placement. What are some of those things that you would expect to have? What are some things that you currently have? Make a short list. If you feel comfortable, put it into the chat box. Everyone will have access to the chat box since this is recorded. So that's a great place to put everything. Otherwise, use that notebook you have and start making a short list. We'd love to hear what is currently in your workplace, or maybe what isn't in your workplace. And you've seen both of mine and Kelly's kind of short list at this point. And maybe that triggered something for you to think, oh, I don't have those things. Is it something I should have? So I'll give you guys a few minutes as you're starting to put some things in the chat box.
While people are thinking, I wanted to just highlight in the chat that I specifically emailed my clinical manager what pen I wanted. So I copied the web link from Office Depot and said, hey, I would really like these pens. Can you order them, please? And I asked for the Sharpie gel pens just because I needed something that was a little less stress on the hand. And they have a little bit better grip. So as you're thinking, I just wanted to give that food for thought.
And also, kind of as you're thinking of like what's in the workplace, I'm seeing a lot of big ticket items on here too, but also thinking about, when I think of what tools do I need, sometimes it's not just those hands on tools. Sometimes it's, I need this certification, or it would be really helpful if my organization had a program addressing this. I know in one of the earlier chats, there was information about, it'd be really great if we had a Parkinson's focused program, or it'd be really great if we had a great oral hygiene program. So those are also tools within your workplace to be thinking about as well.
All right, so some of the things we're seeing in the chat, we have food dye, like FEES dye, radiology markers, LSVT questions in there, separate CEUs. One person posted that they're expected to complete one specific brand or purchased product for CEUs. PPE, someone listed, great. I'm glad you put that down. That's something that you wouldn't really necessarily list as a material, but it is essential. CEUs reimbursement for license and ASHA dues, but the person said, but not therapy materials, thickener, office supplies. So definitely some opportunities there to make some changes. Another person said RMST devices, electrodes, general office supplies, thickener. It sounds like you've got some of the same things that I might have as well. Gluten-free cookies for video fluoroscopic swallow studies. Great to have that pointed out. Some folks I'm sure are in the same boat as this commenter who said that she's been at this, or he, whoever they are, has been at this long enough that they've gotten used to not having much. Someone said they have to beg for everything. I know we want to move that for you. They've asked for standardized assessment and have yet to ever receive one. So they basically been relying on free tools, free assessments. There's nothing necessarily wrong with free assessments, but they all have a time and place. Let's see here. There's another person that said they're in home health travel. They're going to ask for companies to begin purchasing those kind of things. Absolutely. Unless you're a 1099, if you are a W-2 employee, they should be paying for all that stuff for you. And having had a spouse who has worked from home, the company sends him boxes and boxes of stuff. So even if you are a person who is home health and you basically work out of your home in your car, they should still be sending you those things. Independent contractor, I don't have a whole lot of the tax law background on 1099s and supplies and materials, but I think that's a really important question to think about as we go through this, what exactly you're paying for and what is maybe a business expense for you as an independent contractor is different than someone who's a W-2 employee. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Oh, someone did put down iPads.
And I did see a couple of comments of individuals who have been saying, we have this supply, but it's incomplete, or it's an outdated or older version. So that's a good thing to note when you're starting to take that inventory of, what is it that we have in our toolkit, and is it adequate? And does it meet the current standards? So that kind of moves us into our next piece, like, why does this matter? And I think it's really important. I hear the conversation all the time when I go into therapy gyms, when I talk to our interdisciplinary therapy teams, and I always ask them, okay, what would you like on your list? What do you need? Do you have the supplies, the tools to get your job done? And it never fails. My PT and my OT counterparts, they have a list ready to go, and they don't even think twice about it. So think about it this way: you would never enter a therapy gym that didn't have modalities, a vital machine, exercise equipment, weights, TheraBand. Yet, as SLPs, we tend not to think of all of our tools as necessities. We kind of sometimes have this attitude of like, it's nice to have these things, or it'd be nice if I had. Instead of, these are clinical tools that are tied to skilled intervention and clinical reasoning. They're tied to resident engagement and outcomes, regulatory compliance, and interdisciplinary team collaboration. So we want to encourage you guys, really try and get rid of this notion of that these tools are nice to have. These are necessities of your job, and necessities to meet the standards to continue to practice. So really get intentional with what you want in your toolkit, what you need to have in these places, and what it looks like. Oh, my mouse disappeared on me for a second there. All right. And one of the things that I like to kind of think about when I'm starting to have these conversations, when I'm, gearing up and getting ready, because those first few asks, especially if maybe you've been shot down before, maybe you've had an ask that was a little bit of a reach, maybe you just get that perpetual no. Really tying your tools, your work kit, these necessities to how they impact quality, efficiency, and reimbursement protection. Because that's what we're talking about here, is the tools that we have in our toolkit directly impact the ability for you to provide skilled services. So looking really at, how do we strengthen that argument, and how do we have some of the terminology, some of the verbiage to move forward in those conversations? For me, I always feel that, like, a no is just a not right now, and maybe I need to present it differently. So we'll talk through some of those pieces with you guys as well, and what that looks like. All right. So as we go through this, again, feel free, drop things in the chat box. Kelly and I are continuing to go back and forth, kind of popping in on these slides. But when you're starting at looking at the therapy materials in your clinical practice, we want you to start exploring these questions. And kind of the big one is, why are we obtaining equipment and tools? What is the why behind it? Then looking at, what is the impact on patient care and patient outcomes? Looking at working in teams, and how does that impact your toolkit? Are there regulations or practice guidelines that impact implementation? And how do we document it? So we're going to be going over a couple of these questions, and get you guys thinking about, what are the tools? Why are we obtaining them? And really giving you some of that terminology and verbiage to start moving the needle and getting these requests moved forward.
Okay, so on this slide, this is really just sort of a reminder of an already existing resource. There's tons of stuff. I'm not really an expert at navigating the ASHA website, but I am an expert at the Google. So if you will just Google ASHA SLP and then put in the name of something you're looking for, you might be able to find it a little bit faster than going directly through ASHA's search engine. But these are just 3 links you might find helpful if you forgot they existed. The evidence-based practice toolkit is really helpful if you want to use a very strong clinical scientific argument behind what you're asking for. The PICO tool is going to really help you as you're looking for patient-specific justification It really just helps reframe the argument, not as an argument of, I need this, wob r. I don't know, whatever thing that you're thinking about, but more like these patients that I'm seeing and I'm getting referrals or patients coming into my facility who have XYZ diagnoses. So there's your P. And then you're just going through that from a patient centered mindset. And sometimes that's the perspective you have to switch to rather than my drawer feels empty. I don't have what I need, but more like my patients need this and I don't have that available for my patients. So I just want to sort of encourage you to sort of switch that perspective a little bit. If you are in a school setting, while this last link here is all about influencing decision makers, specifically about school salaries, I think you can take the language that's on that webpage and modify it, sort of plug in the thing that you are thinking about. And perhaps you're not in a school setting and you're in a healthcare setting, and I think you can still use that page. That's why I listed it as a link for everyone. Even though, yes, it is school focused, take out the language that does not apply, put in the words you need. So just some reminders about thinking like an attorney. That attorney's not going to say things that are not going to sway a jury. You need to think like, how are you going to sway that jury? Okay. And then this is sort of a bigger breakdown that we're going to be using on a bunch of slides here coming up with everything that I'm thinking about getting for my clinic, or maybe Lisa's thinking about for her employer, and all the different folks that she supervises, and all of those people. This is sort of how we're thinking about it. What is it? Which patient population? So we're immediately using that PICO framework. Then we're looking at the numbers. How much are we thinking we're going to use this thing? So I'm not going to send a person off to get training on something that really they're not going to get good use out of. What's the startup? What's the maintenance cost? And that's a factor that came into play on something that I ultimately decided not to pursue. What are the risks? And then what are the benefits? And you have to think about the facility, the patients, and the finances. So that's how those last two questions are framed. So every slide kind of in the next little bit here is going to be framed in terms of a piece of equipment or a tool and all of these questions. So I'm going to kick it off with a really detailed slide here about straws. And if you are in the voice world, you know that we love our straws. And I use a bunch. I probably would say 90% or more of my patients at some point need a straw, whether it's for swallowing and we're trying to get liquid from a cup, or it's for voicing and voice exercises. So my estimated use, and this is a rough estimate, but 5 to 7 times every day. And that's a very high frequency use item for me. And then I priced out some different straws that I use. And this is, again, a rough estimate. Startup cost, if I didn't have any of these, it was about $45 when I bought a box of 1,600. I am a frugal price shopper, and that's one of the reasons that I do seek out that cash reimbursement with my employer. I go and I buy what I need, and then they pay for it. It was $24 for some milk straws, and that's what I use for flow phonation. And for just some plain drinking straws, it was not that expensive. I think this is just a very broad estimate. And then I figured in terms of how much I might be purchasing based on the quantity that I think I'm going to use, maybe 1 to 2 times a year. So really, in terms of the scheme of life, this is not a huge expense for a clinic like mine. It has minimal financial risk in that I can throw away a few and not cry. There are tons of uses. I also have ENT doctors in-house who decide sometimes they just want to say, give the patient a straw, and then I'll tell them to come see you later. So sometimes we have that sort of in-house, doctor saying, I just want to take one of your straws and give it to my patient, and then they'll see you in about 4 weeks. Okay. So it was sort of a dual benefit. And then potentially faster patient turnover. And in terms of the money side of the world, evaluations usually pay more than treatment. So if you are looking at this purely from a profit focused lens, if I have more patients coming in for an evaluation than I have for treatment, or that ratio sort of flips over, then there's more profit for my employer. That sounds really cold. But in terms of if I can help my patients meet their goals faster and they need fewer treatment sessions because I'm using a tool that's going to help them, this is one of the ways that I found like this is just a no-brainer. I need straws, period. And so my employer helps with that. Next up, we have tongue depressors. And you guys, I don't know how much you dig into Medicare stuff, but tongue depressors are part of the materials that are in your swallowing evaluation and your swallowing treatment codes. So if your company's not giving you tongue depressors, or you feel like you are entirely dependent on purchasing them yourself, that's a problem because the code already pays for them. So in general, I sort of estimated, all right, I'm not sure how often I'll use these, but I'm at least going to use them once or twice every single day. So again, it's a pretty high use item, maybe more than twice. It just sort of depends. Startup costs, I really prefer the ones that are individually wrapped. So they do cost a little bit more. And I figured we'd probably purchase a few times a year. Minimal risk, again, because it's such a low cost item. And it's going to be useful in oral mechanism exams, et cetera. So this is how I justify, if my employer was to say, well, Kelly, you're using a lot of tongue depressors. Here you go. This is what I think I'm going to need and why I need it. Okay, next up, this is where I mentioned before, let's say you're in a setting where you might have patients who are very averse to the wooden flavor of regular tongue depressors. And I have had even, adults that are like, no, thank you. Some of my head and neck cancer patients, no, thank you. They would rather have something with flavor on it, even if all I'm doing is having them do a tongue press exercise, or I'm just putting it in their mouth to get a better look at their oral mechanism and how things work. So I don't use them a lot, but I have gotten the flavored tongue depressors, and that has aided in some satisfaction in patient care, which has led to better treatment effectiveness because now I can convince a patient who might not normally do an exercise with a tongue depressor. Maybe they're going to do it now because they've got something with flavor. So I don't need a huge amount of them, but sometimes I do need them. So this is a really good justification. Next up, if you are into the RMST world and you're doing more things like that, there is, sorry, I see some spam coming into the chat box. There are some different devices out there that you might consider for RMST. Some of you might be able to get them as a clinic supply. I hope you can, but if not, maybe you're in the outpatient world and that's a whole different ballgame than a facility that has residential health care. If the clinic provides them in the outpatient, we're talking between 40 and 65, depending on the device. Sometimes we can go through a prescription process to get them to a patient at the outpatient level. And I would highly, highly recommend doing a prescription process for two reasons. One, it's very protective of you and your license if you have a doctor who signs off on the device in a prescription style format. And two, the patient's insurance, especially if they have Medicare, it already pays for these prescribed devices. So you may as well use the benefit if it's available. There's really minimal patient risk. I know that we talk about different patient populations with RMSD and what risks you need to know about, but there could be a diminishing return. So there's a financial risk if you give it to a patient in a treatment session and then they forget it the next time they come to see you. And so that can be a little disappointing. That has happened to me before, where a patient had an insurance that would not be easy to work with to get a device. So I just said, here, just take from my samples. You can have this one. And then they didn't bring it back the next session. So it sort of can be a little bit difficult. So there could be some financial risk there if you do provide it yourself. But again, the clinical piece, and I'm sorry, there's a very small typo here about music that shouldn't be there, but there is some improved cough efficacy, improvements in the swallow, potential voice improvements. So again, a broad group of my patients could benefit from this if I need to use it. But if you look at that anticipated use or that frequency, 1 to 2 times a month was not enough for me to justify having it in clinic stock. So that's why I went the prescription route as much as I can get them prescribed.
And for us, so being on the skilled nursing side, so I see residents in post-acute TCU, long-term care, but also on the home health and outpatient side. So we kind of use both tactics here. We have an in-stock supply of 75s and breathers as well. Then we also have some inspirometer tools. But when we know a patient's going to be discharging and outpatient is going to be the next source, or we have someone coming from the community to us, we are immediately starting that DME process or that prescription process. And for those of you who maybe aren't as familiar with the process, I would really encourage you reach out to the company representatives, reach out to the company that has these areas, and also recognizing that, I will have some residents who will ask, well, should I just get the 150 versus the 75? And while if they are wanting to privately purchase that, that's great. That's awesome. I always have the conversation with my patients if this is always an option for you. Any of these tools and equipment, and I'll also have family members who will say, hey, what can I get for my mom and dad? But just knowing which pieces are DME or durable medical equipment and which are not. So in this example, specifically to the EMS T75, that is considered a DME equipment. The 150 is not. So if you're making those recommendations or you're trying to acquire some of this equipment, knowing which ones qualify for a prescription and which don't is really, really important. And also how you're going to be using them in your clinic setting as well. But like I said, we keep a stock on hand and really work with our patients and families, especially if we know they're flipping to the outpatient setting after a short rehab stay.
All right,
And
so this,
I would say our usage volume is much, much higher. Whereas Kelly's is 1 to 2 times a month. Ours is probably 2 to 6 times a day. So
yeah, and I'm a single SLP in one, little clinic with 36 hours of care, 7 times, I don't know, 32 patients or so per week. So, I mean, you have to sort of take all that within like, what is my actual workload? All right, so this next one is a very recent success. I was super excited about this. You guys, I'm sure, have heard a little bit by now that I do see lots of voice patients, probably greater than 60%. I have not run the actual estimates on like how much volume use I have of CPT 92526 or 92507. But I would estimate roughly it's at least 60% of my clinic caseload. And I see a lot of patients that could benefit from music, whether it is just simple pitch matching and pitch range and flexibility types of approaches or whatever else. So I did a little bit of shopping over one weekend. I said, all right, what am I looking at? How much do you think that this might cost? And I said, I really want a piano. I want a piano in my clinic. I know of other voice clinics that have a piano. This is not so far outside of the norm that it would be considered crazy. And so I did a little shopping and I found a piano that I thought would be roughly about 600 plus, 700 plus, that I thought, okay, I could be reasonably happy with this piece of equipment. I actually didn't even email. I just talked to my practice manager in the office and I said, hey, I really want a piano. Do you think we could put that in the budget for 2026? She asked me to send her a very quick email detailing what I needed and if I could find a link online of what exact product I might be interested in or basically what would be acceptable. And she looked up my usage on 92507. Obviously, it was through the roof. And she sent off a request to the folks above her in the hospital system. And I got an approval for approximately a $700 complete piano with a bench and everything kit within 30 minutes of the request, which, I mean, maybe it was miraculous. It sounded amazing to me at the time. I'm pretty doggone happy with that quick of a turnaround. That was a Thursday, and I received the piano by FedEx ground delivery on Monday at 11:15 a.m. So I was able to put that piano together in the clinic Monday during lunchtime and was able to use it that afternoon with a Parkinson's patient. So in terms of the risks, obviously I had considered, if I'm going to get a piano, I don't want a floating keyboard on a collapsible stand because that could pose a patient risk. I didn't want a patient or somebody's walker to run into it and the piano falls off, hits them, etc. So I knew it needed to be mounted and on a stand that it was screwed into, and that was a factor in my decision. And in terms of outcomes, I have patients that walk in that now say, oh, like, wow, you play the piano with us. Yes, I do sometimes. It really depends on the patient. And I can use that musical approach with dysphonia, with Parkinson's, even sometimes with aphasia. You'd be surprised how often music can help you if you think outside the box. And of course, it's going to help my patients who are singers. Just had some very high level singers the other day. So that was pretty big for me. That may not be a big thing for y'all in your setting, but it was huge for me. So that's a success story. And I have a lovely picture of the piano next, so you can see it is real. There it is. And I didn't need all the bells and whistles, but yay. I mean, I was so excited. That was the day I put it together. I was just so pumped. So anyway, that was a really good success. Next up is something that I ultimately decided not to obtain, and this really depends on your setting. So this is highly setting specific. There are some patients that might need to have their laryngectomy care done in the outpatient world, and perhaps they're getting resized for their Larry tubes. And there's a whole sizing kit you can purchase that I've used in another clinic, but I just said, I don't know. This is something that I need to think about. And so I just put down on paper, all right, how much am I going to be doing this with patients? And it really came down to, I don't have a ton of patients who need this kind of care. Less than 1% of my patients in a whole year, because so many of them go to another clinic that is more outfitted to take care of them, even though it's another probably 45-minute drive for some of these folks. That was a better fit. I estimated the cost at around $1,000 for that laryngectomy tube sizing kit. There are some patient risks to acknowledge with this, that you have to have suction available on site anytime we're talking about airway patients. There's potential risk for airway irritation. So I would need to be prepared to help those patients if that is what is going on with them. In my particular office, the surgeon who did their laryngectomy is not the surgeon who would be available to me when we're doing a tube sizing for that patient. So that's another factor that went into my decision. You also have to establish a cleaning process for those kits that you are using, because they're not like a single patient use tube. You're supposed to clean them, or at least that's what I was trained to do. So anyway, all that to say, this is my decision-making process. I ultimately decided not to pursue buying this laryngectomy tube sizing kit. But there are definitely some settings where perhaps your variables in these boxes might change, and you might find that you can absolutely justify a need like this.
Before we move to the next slide, I just wanted to touch base on one of the questions in the chat box. There are actually a few of them, specifically regarding the EMST or some of those durable medical equipment pieces. Because there are quite a few tools out there that we do have availability to use and run through that secondary insurance or that Part B or private insurance. But when you are in a skilled nursing facility or you have a resident who is maybe on a Part A stay or a Medicare Part A or managed care Part A stay, that option isn't available until they're ready to discharge because DME is run through a different part of insurance. So really looking at how do you add some of those tools to your toolkit to use with either those short-term patients during that stay or those long-term care patients. And that was a discussion we had as a team, really looking at, and we'll go into further detail about this a little bit later. And this is actually one of the examples, but really looking at what the impact of the tool is on those immediate reimbursements. We really focused on how does getting, specifically in this case, an EMST 75, breathers and inspirometers into our Part A, our TCU population early on. And we focused on it from a nursing and respiratory standpoint. And that's actually where the monies come from, is the nursing and respiratory budget. And we ended up doing a cost analysis or an ROI based on their PDPM reimbursement. So that's the payer source of reimbursement, and how we could impact a component of that outside of the speech, PT, OT reimbursement numbers or case mix numbers. And I can go into detail on that a little bit later as well, but there's some different ways to advocate for tools kind of in those areas where you have more of a bundled payment or an all-inclusive payment that you're trying to pull from that pool as well. And we'll touch base on those in a little bit. Oops.
All very good points. All right. So one of the things that I also ended up sort of going back and forth on was how much I was going to use acoustic evaluation equipment. Now, keep in mind, I'm in a voice clinic. So this is probably going to be a situation where maybe I need more acoustic evaluation tools than maybe a clinic that doesn't really see a ton of voice patients. However, I did have access to some of the acoustic tools on our Pentax cart. So I was looking at whether or not I could obtain maybe some different tools or something that I could use from the hospital computer versus having to take a patient from their chair over to the microphone by the Pentax cart. And it was really just more of a convenience thing. I also looked at the aerodynamic equipment as well. And I did just, I mean, this is a very pared down slide, but I did a huge kind of research what the code was going to be paid. What are the potential equipment options out there? How much do they cost? How much do I think I'll use this? Maybe 5 times a month, maybe 10 times a month, who knows? And then I looked at what were the startup costs. And so there could be some startup costs that are worth it. Maybe $1,000 is not a whole bunch, but maybe it's a whole lot where you are. I also looked at that risk factor, like what about replacement parts? So in the patient world and even in the musical world, microphone wires and microphones become damaged or windscreens become unusable. They dry out or they dry rot. So there's not really a risk to the patient necessarily, but there is a financial risk that we have to think about. The more and more you unroll and kink and roll up and kink wires, the more often that they're not going to work. And then the other piece is where's the money coming from? So I was looking at this 92520 code. I knew if I didn't get the aerodynamic equipment, I was going to have a 5.2 modifier on it, which cuts the reimbursement down on the code. 92520 already doesn't pay a whole lot. So that was a factor in what I ultimately decided to do, which was to use my existing Pentax equipment, not try to worry about external equipment. And I also canceled the idea of trying to add the aerodynamic equipment to make that code fully reimbursable. So that was a decision-making process that I went through. Every clinic and every setting is going to be a little bit different. But I just want to give that example of something that I looked into and ultimately decided not to ask for. All right, next up, I am also in a clinic where, there's some people that drive an hour just to see me. They don't have a lot of options close to them. And if you're in rural healthcare, hello. So sometimes I would see some patients for aphasia, cognition, other things that really there's no option close to them, or their insurance says that I'm the person that's in network for them and I'm the person that they get referred to. And really, that's their only option to get care paid for through their insurance. So that was part of the justification when I finally did get my spine straight and ask for a standardized test for cognition. And I had to fill out a business plan sheet with my employer that said that we were going to be able to bill 96125. We currently were not able to bill that code because we didn't have adequate materials to do so. I went and I found a test that I thought would be reasonably useful in my setting. Did a little bit of research on the psychometric validity behind the tests so that I was choosing something that I felt would be the most appropriate option. I needed something for mild to moderate cognitive deficits. I didn't really need anything for severe at this point in time, being in the outpatient world. And I estimated the use at maybe 4 to 12 times per year. So I'm not going to be replacing those non-copyable test protocols all that often. And so I found something that would fit the budget and fit my needs for my patient as well as I could. And I also said, look, if we don't get some kind of test, I'm going to have to refer these patients out, and gave, the patient story of they won't have another option. Their insurance won't pay for anyone else. So anyway, in a matter of about 48 hours, we had that test ordered and it was in my clinic. So that was a really good success story. And I do use that test pretty frequently, probably 10 to 15 times a year. So my estimate was a little bit low at first, but I said, I've got to start somewhere. And so now we have that ability to bill the 96125 for up to 2 units per date of service. And then the patients can stay local. So that has really benefited my community.
And for us, when we looked at some of these standardized tests, especially for cognition, we did it in a little bit more of a reverse analysis. So what we looked at was, because we have our bundled payment and our all-inclusive payment that we're looking at, but also our long-term care as well. And what we found is with a lot of our managed care or Medicare Advantage type plans, we were actually seeing a lot of denials in regard to residents who had either treatment related to cognition or had cognitive diagnoses. And we didn't have a standardized cognitive assessment associated with that. So what we were able to do was not only take and present the data that if we can bill 96125, it increases our revenue in these areas, but also it helps to negate our risk of denials across the board. Because we have that standardized assessment and we can use that in our initial authorization snapshot to really show this is not only why we have these diagnoses on here, but why we're providing this type of treatment and billing these additional codes. And not just standardized cognitive tests, your aphasia batteries. So really looking at some of those CPT codes and how they're being used and how you're billing them. And do you have the tools to accurately bill all of the codes that are really within our availability? Or are we just using the same 3 kind of over and over again? I will usually target a lot of our requests for materials or education or tools from a reimbursement standpoint, from a risk of denials management standpoint. So I hit pretty heavy on the money side of things. A lot of the conversations I have are money related. Oftentimes I'll bring in the heartwarming story of the patient, get the tears running and stuff. But most of the time, my conversations are about the money and how it's going to negate liability and risk for the organization. And what we found, I'm in a location where we have over 70% managed care and private insurance and Medicare Advantage plans. So being able to have these standardized tools really helps to protect us from denials. And I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with some of those denials and how they work. It's sometimes an all-encompassing denial where if you have something wrong in one discipline, it is a blanket denial for the entire stay. So it's not just a denial of 1 or 2 treatment days. It might be a denial of 27 days of a skilled stay. So it's a lot of money that we're talking about here. by purchasing a single test and being able to bill a specific code.
And then someone had asked in the chat, what test did I purchase? I ended up getting the Burns neurocognitive inventory because I needed something that would just give me a broad range of what's going on. And it's got a left hemisphere, right hemisphere, and a neurocomplex. So for me, that really fit the bill of I need a good overview. It needs to be a standardized test format, and it needs to be able to give me something I can use to start care. So that's what I ended up going with. Some of you guys might want to purchase more than one test. So I'm not here to say that you should only choose one. I just didn't have enough patient demand for more than one of those types of tests. But certainly there are other cognitive communication tests and inventories out there that you can look at. So that's just one example.
All right, so next on kind of our list of the obtaining tools and equipment, this was a huge win for us, and we were able to get a good chunk of our speech language pathologists through their AMP Care certification and purchase AMP Care devices for our skilled communities. And when I say this was a long process, I think Kelly and I have kind of skipped over this a little bit. She had a great win with her piano, very quick turnaround, but she had the process in place. She had the trust of her organization. And not to say that I don't, but this process to obtain a tool that was a little bit more on the expensive side, and we were looking at it, across organization in multiple different sites with multiple different SLPs. It was a conversation that started before COVID. So it was a long conversation, a long discussion, a long process. And we really worked closely. And this is something that I encourage all of you guys. If you are looking at equipment, if you're looking at certifications, if you're looking at tools, get to know the vendors. I mean, you guys had a great opportunity yesterday to get the faces of some of the tools and the people behind those companies. But we were really able to leverage the individuals at AmpCare to help us move the needle on this. And it took a lot of the kind of workload burden off of myself and off of our facility level SLPs to really help emphasize the why we needed this equipment. And oftentimes I find when you're talking about tools for speech, especially if there's other tools that are maybe similar or maybe have been purchased previously, you really have to fight against a different mindset of why do you still need this tool? Don't you have something that's similar? Well, yeah, we do have stuff that's similar, but it's not the same. It doesn't target this specific patient population, or the usage isn't what we want. And for this one, we actually really targeted it through an education standpoint, in the fact that this was a way for all of the SLPs who participated to get 10 CEUs. And we kind of started there, like, let's focus on it from an educational standpoint of advancing clinical excellence, really looking at anatomy and physiology, and helping our SLPs to understand the why behind some of the mechanisms in dysphagia. And that allowed us to then say, okay, of the SLPs who participated, of the SLPs who have engaged in this education and kind of this knowledge growth, who will actually utilize the tools? And it's not 100%. One of the things that I have found, especially if you're working kind of cross-organizational or if you can team up with other SLPs, is you don't want to get equipment that only one person on your team is going to use if you have multiple therapists. But that being said, you don't want to have a tool that nobody uses. So really having that hard discussion with your team and with your trainers of, we had 15 SLPs who did the training, did the certification, but only 9 of them got the equipment because they recognize as SLPs, and we have very serious conversations, very upfront conversations of, is this a tool you think you can immediately implement into your practice? And what does that look like? Is it I want it now, or maybe down the road, or no, I'm not interested at this point. So a very different type of conversation when you're looking at some of these bigger tools. But like I said, it did take quite a while for us to get through the approval process, multiple budget reviews, multiple funding requests. And it kind of became the thing where I was just the squeaky wheel in regard to getting the tool. You'll see a picture a little bit later kind of celebrating this success, but I relied heavily on the vendor with this one, and they helped me pull a lot of the ROI information I needed, very specific to patient populations. So where I was able to say, you know, we have X number of patients with this diagnosis. What is the potential return on investment? How is it going to impact length of stay? How is it going to impact our quality metrics? And what do those pieces look like? And then also touching base with other SLPs who have the equipment as well. And I was able to pull from their success stories and turn that into more of a marketing request as well and say, hey, from a marketing standpoint, if we add this tool to our toolkit, we can target this patient population specifically. And that will help with our physician access. That will help with our referral source process. And tracking those metrics, tracking those numbers is really important, because I'm at the point where now I can say, and I can go back to our SLPs who have had some of these success stories, and now we're putting those success stories together and bringing them to our foundation, bringing them to some of our grant requests, so we can get more equipment within either AMP Care specifically for this or other speech specific tools, because we're able to say, hey, look, we had this great success. Here's this amazing patient success story. And sometimes it only just takes one. And we're using that leverage now to move the needle forward on other equipment requests. So sometimes the process takes a long time. And I don't want to discourage you guys with that, but also knowing when to ask. There was a time that, you know, asking in the middle of COVID was not a great point. That's actually when we pushed a lot of our EMST requests, was in the middle of COVID, because it made sense for the atmosphere and the environment that we were currently in. So really being able to talk through those pieces as well is important. Biofeedback devices. So we have a multitude of different biofeedback devices that we use within our organization, and different collaborative partners that we work with in obtaining some of these tools. And when you look at some of the biofeedback devices, some of them are more complex, especially if you're looking at a subscription versus a full purchase price. And for ours, most of our biofeedback tools we have on a subscription where we work very closely with the vendors. Synchrony is the one tool, and OmniFlow from Accelerated Care Plus. Those are two of the biofeedback tools that we have that are on subscription. And this was something that, you know, we went through the different patient population it would target. We went through our anticipated use, startup costs, we did ROIs, and it really just came down to, we didn't have the specific metrics at that time to get the buy-in of the people we needed. So I reached out to the vendor and I said, hey, are you interested in doing a pilot so we can get these numbers so we can move the needle? And that's always a conversation to have in the back of your mind as well, is maybe we do a pilot for 3 to 6 months. We do a shared cost for 3 to 6 months. We get the metrics we need, we get the outcomes we need, or maybe we don't. And we realize, okay, this isn't a tool that I want to pursue. But when you're looking at some of those bigger ticket, bigger purchase items, especially if you have that opportunity to either join in with a university, with a research project, or with the company themselves and be a pilot for them, that's a great way to kind of move the needle in the environment I'm in specifically. So just thinking about those pieces. And with that, once we went through our pilot process and we had some of the metrics, we were able to really move to our other kind of decision makers on the budget and say, hey, look at what this community is doing with this tool and the great success they're having and how they've impacted their rehospitalization rates, they've impacted their quality metric outcomes, they've impacted their PDPM reimbursement, their length of stay. So we were able to really cross compare within our own facilities and kind of not pit them against each other, but say, hey, look at how great this one's doing. Don't you want to do just as great as them? And that was the way we were able to move a lot of these tools forward as well. And I would encourage you, other SLPs are a great way to pull that information too.
Lisa, really quickly, I was just going to bring people up to speed in the chat since this is recorded and the chat will not be recorded. Someone had asked about, they were told about standardized tests. Can't you just find something to copy or, take test protocols that you already have and copy them? And one of the things I would point you to, not to get too deep into the weeds on copyright law, is things that are considered for educational use are different than things that are being billed to a patient for a service. So it's a revenue-based expense, not an educational use. And so it's not going to fall under some of those exemptions in copyright law to take a test protocol that is copyrighted and then copy it for use. So that's something you can probably get from the test companies about copyright and the use of their materials. If you have an employer that says, well, we have a copier, can't you just use that? No, not necessarily. So that's just something to keep in mind. And also, I'm very frugal about what types of materials I request, like standardized tests that would have to be replaced over time. I look for as many research article publications as I can that are free to print, so that if they are valid for use with those patients, if I don't have to purchase a test, I will absolutely go that route if it's the most appropriate for the patients. So just sort of something to keep in mind. And then somebody asked Lisa about, they might be able to get equipment. And I know fees is coming up, so keep this in mind. But how do they justify getting the actual education and training? So here you go.
Yes. So for me, equipment does nothing for you if you don't know how to use it and if you don't have the education and also the confidence on how to use it. So for me, I encompass like tool with education. It is kind of a blanket request in that you wouldn't ask a PT to do vestibular training if they weren't vestibular trained. You wouldn't refer them vestibular patients if they didn't have education in vestibular. And the same kind of goes for us. I know our physicians, and this is where I pull our physicians in, especially, and invite them to some of the trainings and let them know that, with this education, we're able to provide all of these additional services, or we're able to increase our competency and increase our patient caseload and referral source if I have this education and the tool to apply it. So I don't separate if there is a certification or an education that is necessary to use a specific tool. I do not separate those in the conversation, but I might target it because I do have a larger group of SLPs that I work with. I might say, let's get everyone educated to see which SLP and or community is best fit for purchasing, obtaining this tool. Because I don't want our therapy rooms to just be a room full of tools that aren't being used. But I do think our SLPs need that education to know, is this a tool I will utilize? Is it a tool appropriate for my patient population? And in some of our areas, we cross-train all of our SLPs because we site share. So that's also an important discussion too of who's coming in. And it might be where maybe you have a large team of SLPs. Maybe you're in a hospital system where you have 3 to 5 SLPs, but you have one piece of equipment. Well, does that mean only the SLP who works 410s uses it? Or does everyone get the education and certification so everyone can utilize it, so we aren't disadvantaging our patients by only having a single therapist available to do this protocol? So looking at it that way as well. There's a lot of different ways you can address those pieces. But I always kind of think of it as, what is the return on investment? What is the quality impact to patients? What is the rehospitalization or risk to the patient and the organization? And how is this tool and or education going to impact it? But as far as tools, like tangible tools and materials, I try not to separate the two. You need the education on how to use the tool if you're going to have the tool. Otherwise, it's just something increasing your liability and risk, or it's something that's going to get dusty in a box somewhere.
Some companies that offer equipment will give you a bundled price, and we could probably dig even further into capital requests and how that all looks later on. But what I typically ask for is a single line item price. And that single line item price has all these things that are included with it. And part of that is the training, if that's needed, relevant to that equipment.
And that kind of leads us right into this next tool. So fees and feast, these are always tools that we get asked about if we have them. And I know Kelly's going to speak to this a little bit differently than I am. So fees and access to instrumental is a invaluable part of our toolkit. And whether that's something where you as an SLP in your organization choose to purchase the equipment and you are the ones administering, or if you contract outside and have another SLP come in and provide the services for you. So with our organization, we actually contract with 4 different SLPs who provide fees within our skilled and our outpatient settings. And what we found is when we did our due diligence, when we ran the numbers, ran the metrics, it actually made more sense, kind of geographically, regionally, and really just price wise, it made more sense for us to have individual contracts and SLPs who are willing to not only work within our organization, but also who really embodied our organization's missions and values and who were willing to collaborate with us. And that was a bigger cost savings for us than going in-house. And that's not to say we don't have a big utilization. We do have a very large utilization. Our kind of standard of practice is that our fees are completed in less than 72 hours of request, and we have a very large geographical area that we're in. And for us, going contract was a way to meet those expectations and those standards of care. We have some organizations and some of our communities that are in very, very rural sites where maybe we don't have the volume of SLP FTEs available out there, but we do have a contract fees available in that location. So what we found, and really did a lot of collaboration with our nursing team and our reimbursement team, we're actually able to get our fees SLPs out there quicker within that first 72 hours of admission if they come with a dysphagia diagnosis or they're coming in on an altered liquid, altered texture. And our fees SLP actually does that initial evaluation for the fees. So we have the information needed to get an accurate PDPM reimbursement and in a timely manner. And what we found is this really decreases a lot of our audits, decreases our denial risk. And just overall, it works much better for the makeup of our organization and how we're structured. Not to say that we don't continue to look into going in-house, but for us, it really wasn't a viable option. But when we also looked at getting fees just in general, we really looked at what is the volume, what is the risk to our organization and to our patients. And what we found is, especially with, I have communities in a very large metro area as well, where we have access to multiple outpatient imaging. But the waiting list is astronomical. And what we found is we were having patients who were, admitting to us on thickened liquids, altered texture. We had no imaging, we had no diagnostics with them. And we really felt that our hands were tied, and we wanted to make sure that we're doing evidence-based practice, that we are providing the best tools available for not only our clinicians but for our patients. And in order to do that, we needed imaging and we needed it quickly. And that was really how we were able to push kind of those contracts in with our communities. So different way to look at it versus that full purchase and bring it in-house.
I'll give you an example of a clinician in my state that I had talked with via my state association's role, but she and I were talking about she needed to really get some fees, access to fees in her LTAC. They were already having to pay transportation costs to send patients out to swallow studies. And again, the wait list was another huge factor in her case. Even though she was in a large metropolitan area in our state, the wait list was just, like Lisa said, astronomical, unworkable. Patients on essentially modified diets, whether or not they should be, but they were on them for too long. And this clinician just was fit to be tied, needed some access to imaging. And I helped her actually form at least what information I could give her on how much it could potentially speed up the patient being placed on an appropriate diet. And in her case, that might actually lead to faster discharge and faster bed turnover. And so that worked to her advantage in her case to help patients kind of meet their needs a little bit more quickly. So she actually made a case and got fees in-house and got it, on staff. She and another clinician are trained in it. Another piece of the puzzle in her case was regulatory. We actually had to have a meeting with the licensing board to ask for clarification. Her facility demanded that she obtain clarification on whether or not physician supervision was required with fees. And that was a question we had to explore. I supported her at the license board meeting and actually testified at the license board meeting on her behalf about the typical patterns for fees in our field and how much physicians are or are not involved. We had a very brief discussion about medication administration, lots of little pieces. And ultimately, we got the statement we needed from the licensing board that helps support the regulatory end so that she could then have that green light to go and get the fees equipment.
And I think, Kelly brings up a really good point. That regulatory component is really a driving force in a lot of these conversations, especially when we talk about some of those big ticket items. So state to state, you're going to have some different rules and pieces in this. I know for getting instrumentation specifically, and one of the ways that we pushed it in one of our states was we actually started seeing a lot of denials from a very specific managed care Medicare Advantage organization. And basically they were just blanket denying anybody who had a oral pharyngeal or pharyngeal dysphagia diagnosis without instrumentation to support it. So that was an immediate green light for us to get a contract signed to get fees for those communities. So sometimes asking the questions of how am I at risk? How is my billing a risk, or are you getting denials, is a great way to move the needle on some of these equipment requests as well. Don't just assume speech isn't getting denials, because a lot of times they're there, but they're months or years behind. And sometimes we just don't know about them. So asking those questions can help you format, is this a good request for a tool or an education that can help that metric?
Okay, we actually were given permission to share this web link with you. Tactus Therapy, I know you guys are probably at least somewhat familiar with the various things that Tactus offers. I think they have a really great patient-centered mindset. So it's just my perspective on things. But they offered this packet of information. If you go to the link, tactustherapy.com/white paper, it will pull up a PDF link that they wanted you all to have that will give you some of the justification that you might be looking for. So if you are more of the storyteller, it has some of that information in it. Or if you need more of that because you're a numbers person and you need somebody to tell you how to tell the story, it has that information in there. And it's got some other great resources that can help you from an evidence-based perspective lens on the use of different types of tools in therapy with computerized software. So I would encourage you, if you get a chance, put it on your little to-do list to go to tactustherapy.com white paper and pull that resource. But that being said, I think Lisa has some really great stories about Tactus Therapy with her system. I will be honest that this is not greater than 25% of my caseload. So I just haven't had as much of a need for this. But again, that's where that volume, that use plays into what you decide to ask for.
Yeah. And I think, I've used the Tactus tools for a really, really long time. With my previous organization, it was something that I had requested as a purchase. And then I've actually purchased some of the tools personally because I use them kind of in different settings. But when we looked at as an organization and as a team, what tool kind of gives us the biggest bang for our buck? But also we asked the question and we reached out to Tactus of, if we're looking at this on a broader base, and some of you guys, I know it may seem like you're the only SLP, but if you're working for a company that has multiple settings, a lot of our contract companies, this is a great example of how you can use purchasing power. And they have a kind of a bigger like business bundle where it's a more of a subscription type cost. And that's something to look at where multiple SLPs can access in multiple different sites, the entire suite. And depending on really your volume of SLPs, a single SLP, single site versus multi-site with single SLPs at each site will change that purchasing power. So asking those questions as well, I think it's a great tool. It's something that was very tangible and very easy to explain to the individuals in charge of the funding. When we first did our first funding request for this, we actually went through our foundation. We had a patient who had used it in a previous setting. He and his family really, really loved the equipment, and their family happened to be on our foundation board as a donor, and that's how we moved the first set of this subscription in. And then really looking at, and what we had to do, especially because, we have, like I said, we have iPads and Chromebooks, and we have desktops and laptops. We really needed to make sure it was something we could utilize kind of across setting, but also we had to work really closely. Any of these tech type tools, you're going to want to work closely with your IT department. It's an easy, anytime I ask for something that's tech, the first thing I get back is, oh no, it's privacy, it's HIPAA, you can't do it, you can't touch it. Get in touch with the people who are actually on IT before you take that as an answer, because there's a lot of ways that you can have this in a closed system, or that you can make it more HIPAA compliant or compliant for your specific organization's privacy rules, because they might differ. But that's definitely something, and it's a lot of these companies that, especially the ones that work in tech that are using kind of a broadband Wi-Fi, multi-patient, multi-site access, they've experienced these questions before. They are going to be your go-to people. So really making sure you get a hold of them and you have them help you with those conversations. Because most of the companies that are in the medical space, they are HIPAA compliant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to be so successful in the medical space that they're in. So ask the questions, see if you can get the resources from them, connect them with your IT department. And it might just be that they have to go a different route, depending on what your specific organization's privacy policies are. So that's always a great thing. I know HIPAA is always that red flag where you'll have, for me, it's always my DONs. We're like, that's a HIPAA violation. I'm like, yeah, having a bumblebee next to somebody's name is not a HIPAA violation. So let's really look at what that means and how we are providing best patient practices in this space. I think that's kind of a gut reaction that a lot of us have, but it's a conversation you have to get used to having as well, and really knowing what does that actually mean in HIPAA terms.
Yes, I will add to that. I'm fairly certain that Tactus Therapy is HIPAA compliant. As far as companies out there, they're pretty open and honest. So I would check their website. And if you have questions, get in touch with them. Again, like we said earlier, not an endorsement necessarily, but just, this is just one way that we look at things as clinicians. There are options with technology. Like Lisa said, talk to your IT people, find out what you can and cannot do. And get to the nitty gritty of why they're saying, or whoever is saying, that you cannot do something. I have found sometimes those barriers are imaginary and not real. So, certainly be as respectful as you can, but question why, and don't let them get away with, well, it's a HIPAA violation. What specifically is the violation? What is the concern? And I'll give an example that's AI related, but I was trying to use AI to generate some word lists, and then all of a sudden my hospital system decided they're going to block AI stuff. And this was about 2.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago. And I just instantly said, hold on, like I've sort of become a little bit dependent on this tool for this specific purpose to generate word lists and things like that, that I could then further customize for my patient. And so I had a hard conversation via email and via phone with the folks in my hospital system. And they said, well, this is what's going on. And you guys may be living in this world where your employer has concerns about AI as well. That falls kind of under this whole umbrella of HIPAA and apps and all that. Ultimately, what they told me was, we have to develop a policy about AI. And I said, oh, okay, well, can I be a part of that conversation? Just go ahead and ask for the seat at the table. And unfortunately, the answer was no to be a part of the conversation on developing the policy. But they took my opinions into their policy development, and they were able to develop a policy that basically states that if I want to use AI other than something that they've already made available, that I need to submit a request for it to justify its use, and then it will be considered. And so ultimately, the policy was pretty workable. I was pretty impressed with that. But their concerns as a hospital system was making sure that if there was any sort of PHI, private health information, that was being considered, and whether or not that technology was appropriate for use by the clinical providers. So not to get too far off tangent, but I just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah. And I think, that kind of leads really well into kind of this open area for us. A lot of times, especially when we're going through, so this is for you guys to kind of think about, like, and start to format, these questions when you're looking at your tools, your thing you want to request. Cost is always an interesting discussion. A lot of times, and I've had these conversations with different developers, different tools, different vendors. I've said, hey, what's it going to cost to get this? And the answer is, well, we can't really give you a cost right now. What that means, and what I found, is that we can't give you a cost because we don't know enough about your organization and how that billing package looks specifically for you. Almost every vendor that I've worked with, once we've started having conversations and pulled the right people into the table, we've been able to come to a cost to start that conversation moving forward. And really looking at, because some work with procurement partners or with like big purchasing areas, some of them do like a one-time single use clinician package, others do like a multi-set. If you're looking at incorporating into your EMR, your electronic medical record, that might be a different cost than if it's a standalone device. So don't let the answer of, I can't give you a price. It's usually, I can't give you a price right now because I don't have enough information. So starting those conversations and really going through this tool, as well as like, what do I need the tool for? What is my envisioned use for it? Because that's going to impact it as well. I know there's a specific tool that we have that we actually had to work with the vendor to integrate within our software. And by doing that, we actually drove the cost down, but the tool wasn't an option until we had that conversation and until we did some of that due diligence work. So sometimes that that pricing is more of a, you need to reach out, you need to have further discussions, because a lot of them are not a one size fits all type information. Or sometimes the price that is advertised on the website or kind of within their marketing materials might not be the price that you're going to get. So really having those conversations is important, and what that looks like for your organization. All right, so we're going to take pause.
It can
As
be
you're telling me
really,
this one where I have to click through it every time.
yeah, it can be really overwhelming now that you're like, okay, I need all this equipment, but like, what do I do? And I don't want you to be overwhelmed. So maybe you've got a wish list. And I want you to consider some of those questions that we went through in those tables that we just went through. And of course, that's non-exhaustive, but try to answer those questions on the table like what you just saw. And when you get the slides, you'll have that blank template so that you can sort of answer them yourselves. But I will say 100%, just because you have, 1,000 tools in your tool belt does not necessarily make you a better therapist. There are clinicians that I know that can do miracles with a clipboard and a pencil. But that, that doesn't mean that that's necessarily the answer for all patients and in all situations. And necessarily that's not the answer for you either. But here's what I would want you to think about. What are the current ways maybe a patient can access care with a tool? So like, let's talk tongue depressors. How can a patient access care with a tongue depressor? And feel free to pop in the chat, like, what are different ways that you use a tongue depressor? And maybe between, the group of us that are here today and the folks who are maybe watching the recording, you can brainstorm on paper. What are different ways you can use a tongue depressor? One way that I use them with some of my patients is I use them to anchor the jaw so that some of our patients who are doing all sorts of jaw movements with voicing are no longer using jaw maladaptive compensations. So I use it to have them say, hey, bite. I don't want your jaw moving on this voice exercise. So that's one way that I use a tongue depressor. I see in the chat someone said labial seal or labial strength exercises. Yes. Resistance training, so that tongue press exercise. And of course, with assessment, I mentioned oral mechanism exam before. Some of you might not work with head and neck cancer, but you might be in a situation where you need to work with a patient with trismus, and perhaps tongue depressors become helpful with those patients, depending on your training, if you've done ARC-J training or whatever else you use. So think about whatever tools you have and how you can actually help the patients that you are currently seeing. All right, next question. What's one thing you could do? I don't really care what the cost is at this point in time, that could make you a better therapist. I'm going to pause for you to think about that. One thing you could do that could make you a better therapist. And if you feel comfortable jumping in the chat to add your answer, I would love to see some answers. What do you think there's something you could do that could make you a better therapist? One thing I've started to do, I'll just start personally while you guys are thinking, is I have actually purposefully done better about using 0 to 10 scales or VAS scales to get a better idea of where patients feel like their symptoms fall. So that even though a patient might seem like their disorder or issue is severe, perhaps it's not that severe to them. So even outside of using PROMs, the VAS or a 0 to 10 scale has been a little bit more helpful to gauge just how detailed I need to make this evaluation and how detailed they want it to be. So I feel like that has made me a better therapist. And of course, I won't read names, but I will read some of the ideas from the chat, some things that you all could do that could make you a better therapist. Someone said shadow a therapist in a new skill. More patient-specific tasks, something that's unique to the patient.
Oh, I love this one. Not taking conversations personally from the higher ups who have absolutely no idea what I do.
Yeah.
That is such a hard thing to recognize, especially when you're making the ask and you know that this education or this tool or this material would really enhance that quality of care, that skilled care, that patient outcome. And you talk to somebody who couldn't tell you like what an SLP was from any other discipline in your organization. And it's really hard when those are the people you're having the conversations with. We'll talk a little bit about that later of, how you frame the conversations to people who have no idea what you do or, where you fit in the organization. But that's a really hard thing. So really important to kind of recognize that is a skill set, kind of letting it roll off you, letting it bounce off, that no is just a no right now, or it means I need to present it differently. And then I'm seeing a lot of using the materials and using the training. So I would encourage you guys, look at what is your process, or do you have a process either personally or organizationally, that addresses that, where if you receive a training or you receive a new tool, a new material, a new education, new certification, how do you circle back and do some feed forward with your organization? So for us, especially in regard to some of those larger CEUs and certifications, and even some of the tools that we obtain, um, one of the requirements for reimbursement with those tools at the individual level is we have to give either a lunch and learn to the therapist, to our nursing associates, to our patient population. So we have that education moving forward. And then for myself personally, I am going back through, and especially if we do a kind of a larger education or tool purchase with our organization, I'm going back through and making sure we're utilizing it. So I'm reviewing documentation on their therapist side. And I do it across all three disciplines actually, but looking at how are we implementing that tool into our documentation practice? Are we actually utilizing the tool? So it's really important to have a plan, not just I really want to get MDTP trained. Okay, that's great. But do you have the patient population who that's appropriate for? Do you have the utilization to ensure that the cost ratio is going to work? So having a plan is really important, not only for obtaining the tool or the education, but for how it's going to be implemented within your practice.
I'll add to that. I was a person who I think years ago thought, oh, I need this training. That's going to make me a better therapist. And I have sort of turned that perspective around a little bit to how can I better serve my patients? And sometimes that is a specific CEU or training certification. Sometimes that is a specific piece of equipment or a tool. Sometimes it's a conversation with another therapist to really hash out, well, what do you think about this or that? And how can I better use that? Even though I don't have another SLP in my building, that's the way that I sort of form that core group of people that I talk to make myself a better therapist. So all of the tools and things that you could think of don't necessarily solve that problem for you. It's going to take self-reflection. It's going to take a hard internal look at what you feel like you're capable of now versus what you could be capable of in the future. I also, when I was working in acute care, said, you know what, I'm going to go to McNeil Dysphagia Therapy. To heck with it. I don't care if everybody on my team doesn't get training. I'm just going to go. And I did. And it made me a better therapist. But I also was able to help patients immediately when I got back to acute care, even though I didn't have a team full of people that was trained in it necessarily. It does make for some weird situations where you kind of are holding on to a patient versus sharing them within your team if you're the only one with that particular type of training. And that could be true for well beyond McNeil. So that's a consideration that always comes into play if you are the only one seeking out a specific training or tool. So it's just that's me as a person that I think a long time ago I used to say, let me pour all this money into this certification or this training. And I have turned that around to be really reflective on what does it mean to me to be better. So that's a little bit of some meta for you today.
And I think that's really important because like that, what does it mean to you to be a better therapist is a really important question to ask yourself. Because I mean, maybe you're with an organization that you ask and you always get the yes, but sometimes putting in the work to get the yes is better because then you know how to apply the tools, how to use it, and how it helps that patient population. And I kind of approach my education, my tool requests really from that perspective of, okay, this is our target area for the next fiscal year. So all of our education is going to be focused in that area to improve our quality metrics and our clinician skills. Does that mean that I won't accept other tool and material requests? No, but there has to be alignment for our organization for some of those goals. So looking at that as well is what does that alignment look like for both you as a clinician, your patient population, and your organization?
Okay. All right, so here's your next question. What tool or equipment is now on your wish list. So sort of whittle it down from, 15 things to, using that idea of what makes you better, whittle that down even more. What are some things that are on your wish list for tools or equipment?
And feel free to drop them in the chat box kind of as we're going through those questions. No, stuff is not. Is stuff showing up for you, Kelly, on the screen?
Just maybe click and see what happens.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, you're on the next slide. See if you can go back up one. That's why.
Are we in the right place then? No. Okay. What happened here? There we go.
Here it is.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm not sure what happened there. It didn't want to click for me for a minute.
Yeah. Techie glitches. Okay. All right. So in the chat, we're seeing some things. Tactus is on the list, EMST 75, SCMG, smoothie straws. Hello, straw friends. Yes, and I get milkshake straws. SCMG again on the list, very popular item here. Tactus Amp Care biofeedback, new standardized measures.
Oh, those external memory aids,
yes.
Memory book. I hear that one a lot. That's one I probably see the most coming out of individuals, kind of personal toolkit. And that one is a great one to really look interdisciplinary and interdisciplinary collaboration wise. Especially, for most of those individuals with the memory care books. I know in our organization, those are a lot of our long-term care individuals or our outpatients in memory care. And really talking with the team of how this tool benefits even when therapy is no longer involved, and kind of looking at how do you make that a standard practice within your organization as part of a program. So when you look at, okay, what does your memory care program look like in your organization? How does this tool impact that? How can it be used as part of maybe your restorative nursing area? I use memory care books all the time as part of my interventions, specifically in restorative nursing and those care plans. So then it becomes part of the either nursing budget or our wellness and life enrichment budget versus solely on the SLP and therapy budget. So kind of thinking, how do those tools cross disciplines as well, especially when you're looking at some of those budgetary requests.
Someone else put 3-ring binders in that section where they're talking about the memory aids. CTAR balls, that is a really good tool. I used to size out balls on what's it called, Oriental Trading. I would look at what it says the inflated ball size was, and I would get those for super cheap. And again, submit for cash reimbursement. So again, it's not necessarily coming out of my pocket at the end of the day. Fees is on the list. And then someone else had put on the list lymphatic massage training. So a couple of different ideas here across the breadth of the world. All right. So now you probably have 2 or 3 things, but what's one thing that you think you want to push for?
And if you put a multiple item list, if you're keeping a list in front of you, go ahead and just like star or circle one with those pieces.
Yeah. And so now that you've thought about what's one thing, now I want you to picture your life now. How are you functioning without it? And that might not be something you want to put words in the chat for, and that's fine. But how are you functioning? So let's say you really, really, really need flavored tongue depressors. I'm just going to pick something super simple. How are you functioning without it? Maybe you're dipping it into a candy bag of, like the sugar candy stuff. I don't know. What is it that you are doing that you're functioning without that item? And maybe there's no good alternative. Maybe there's none. And then you have to, of course, think about those alternatives. All right, what about on your wish list? What do you think is going to have the highest frequency of use? So think about that volume question. What's something that might have the highest frequency of use? Maybe put a box around that one. Like you need it. Maybe it's not the top thing you want, but you know you're going to use that item a lot. And then this is a question that I have started to think about. What if another clinician comes in? We are finally at a state that maybe sometime next year, we're moving from one building to another, and they're building a pod for the voice clinic, and it's actually going to have room to expand to bring on another clinician. So my thought right now is, if I eventually bring on another clinician, are there things that I'm adding to my practice that are not going to be practical to bring on another clinician and get them trained to do? Or maybe the flip side, I can bring on another clinician. These things are already being paid for, they're super affordable, and I can have them just jump right in. And all that to say, I don't think either one of us wants to sound money focused, but even in a booming economy and higher reimbursement rates like what we had prior to 2007, and somewhat during the middle of the 2015 time, that focus on profitability, marketability is going to play a role. And it's almost guaranteed that we are entering a budget crisis. There's a lot of news out there in the political sphere that talks about the economy, and I don't like to get political, but it is a factor that we have to consider, that the business mindset is going to play a role. And so that's why sometimes we sound a little bit cold, but that is the truth.
Yeah. And, money talks, and both Kelly and I will say that, so looking at some of your tools a different way and in a different mindset can really help to frame those conversations differently and move those no's to a yes, even in a potential budget crisis. Even when money is tight, there's ways that you can make improvements and outside of the box thinking. And we'll talk about some of those as well. So handling that budget crisis. As Kelly said, we live in constant policy shift. Whether we feel it or not, I think most of us do, kind of depending on where you are in your organization. But staying abreast to some of those shifts can help you anticipate what you want to request and when you want to request it. So maybe depending on what your community's fiscal year looks like, December is not the right time to ask for a big ticket item, but it's a great way to hit off some of those like lower budget, high volume items. So really looking at and asking. So I always like to ask our teams, especially when we get towards the end of a fiscal year, what money's left? What haven't we touched? Not just in my budget, but in everybody's budget. And I'm always amazed at, and I think it's interesting that there's always money left over in random budgets. And then you just have to figure out how to make your request impact that budgetary item or that requested item. And what I found is having the conversation with some of our other therapy teammates on the PT/OT side is, if they didn't use their CEU dollars, are they just going to disappear? Can we reallocate some of those funding areas in a different manner? So getting comfortable talking about budgets and budget cycles is really, really important. And having that backup plan when the answer is no. So what does that look like for you? So for us, like our budget cycle is a July through June cycle. So I know that right about now is when our executive directors, our administrators, our DONs, our directors are starting to look at their budget. So I want to get in front of the conversation because I know when budget requests happen, and they don't happen right before the end of the fiscal year. They happen 4 to 6 months previously. We're starting to formulate our budgets right now. So how do I get a seat at the table? How do I have my ask ready to go? Because if I ask right now and say, hey, can I get an IOB, for example, the answer I'm going to get if I ask right now is no, it's not in the budget. But if I frame the question and say, hey, can we put IOP in 25% of our communities for the 26-27 budget? Here's the pricing analysis. Here's what the cost and the immediate return on investment is going to be. And here's how it's going to impact our patient population and the metrics that whoever I'm talking to cares about. And it might be that they don't talk to your executive director about falls. Talk to your executive director about money. Don't talk to your DON about money. Talk to your DON about fall reduction. So framing those conversations a little bit differently can help, especially when your answer is going to be a no. So knowing when to ask the question.
On this one, Lisa, I'll jump in. The vendors are going to be your absolute best resources. If it's something you're purchasing from a company, not something that you're sort of generating, oh, I need a 5-inch ball. That's a whole different story. So if you're trying to purchase something from a company like Tactus Therapy or whoever else you might be working with, they can give you all kinds of information to make your request bolstered and beef it up. So don't forget to use that resource. And also, I would say don't put it all on yourself to generate every answer to every question that maybe the higher ups ask of you. Send that question. I will forward a question on to the rep and say, hey, can you help me answer this? It takes me 10 seconds to send that email, whereas I might spend 8 or 10 hours trying to answer it myself. And they probably already have the answer.
Yeah. And then along that conversation is really like, how is the thing you're asking for being paid for? There are so many different funding sources depending on your organization. And knowing upfront, or maybe having some of that additional information of where that money can come from, can help with that conversation. It might be that, yeah, our therapy budget is tapped at this point, but we still have money over here. So really knowing where some of the money comes from, and this takes some hard conversations to have.
Now, years ago, when I was actually in the music education world before I became an SLP, I lived through a budget crisis. And some of you might have been old enough to live through a budget crisis in a career around 2007, 2008. There were other budget crises before that. And at that point, I will never forget, I had a school principal that said it was the end of the year faculty meeting in, I think it was 2010 or so. But he said, for years and years now, they've told us to do more with less. And he said, we are having to cut faculty. We are having to cut, this and that. We can't spend as much money as we used to spend on things. And I think it's high time that we do less with less. And all that to say, when you know that a budget crisis is coming and we're sitting on a very volatile economy, there are going to be some things that you're like, yeah, let's go, let's ask for it. And then there's other things that maybe you hold on to and say, let's see if we can ride out this wave and then we'll ask for it later. So all that to say, you can do less with less equipment. Don't beat yourself up if you're not offering every single type of skilled intervention there is under the sun. I don't think that we need to be offering every single specialty in every single SLP clinical environment. And that is something that's really hard to hear. It's really hard to say, but it is coming. And there's no reason that like Kelly SLP needs to be the only SLP with all these skills to help, however many patients in my area. I can share the load.
Yeah. And I think that's really important, is also to know, especially within your area, who are the SLPs who have this skill set, who have the training, the technology, the tools to do whatever the treatment is. And it's hard to do, but coming to the conversation and saying, and I've had this conversation with executive directors, with our admission team, we can't admit the person with this diagnosis because we don't have the tools to treat them. And until we get the treatment tools, we cannot accept this type of patient. So being able to connect tools with patient population is really, really important. And being able to have that conversation. And we don't want to, sometimes we're in that situation where it feels like we have to be everything and do everything for every single patient. But sometimes it's that come to Jesus moment where you say, like, I don't have the tools or the education to do this competently, ethically, following our practice acts. So I cannot provide the service. We need to find an external person to do it. Here's the cost of that external person coming in versus me getting trained and getting the tools. So sometimes you have to format those conversations that way and be prepared for those pieces, which is really hard.
The last bullet point here is about this economy piece. And I've been involved in advocacy with my state association. I've been involved in some very difficult conversations with some of our ASHA policy staff folks. And we have, if you've been at all involved in the reimbursement game and you understand the money behind the codes and all that, you know that we have seen basically decreasing Medicare reimbursement over time, and that's going to continue to happen until Congress decides to do something different about Medicare reimbursement. And let's say you work in a setting where Medicare reimbursement is not a driver that you necessarily are aware of. I promise you, it has an effect. You might not necessarily see a direct effect, but the state Medicaid programs are now held to no more than 100% of the Medicare fee schedule. So that's another sort of cascading effect of Medicare reimbursement declining. There are other Medicare factors that are going to influence your private insurance payers. So all of that being said, shrinking and or stagnant reimbursement is going to cause continued challenges, and that's why I think we're trying to approach this from a very compassionate sense of reality, but also, hey, we know you want to do more, we know you want to get more, and here's how you can get there realistically.
All right. I'm on a different time zone, so I'm not quite sure where we are as far as time goes, but I think we're close to a break, aren't we?
We're a little bit
Okay.
behind schedule, but I think we'll be okay. So it's technically 12 Eastern Standard Time. So we're gonna take a 15-minute break and then we'll continue on and plug forward. Stay encouraged because we've got good stuff coming that will help you. You are not stuck in the mud. But go grab a refreshment, get your mind reset, look at your notes, do something different for a few minutes, and then come back at 12:15.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
1 minute warning. If you are listening to your laptop, we're going to get started back pretty quick.
All right, I think we're at 12:15 on the dot, so we're going to go ahead and jump right back into our next piece and keep rolling on through. So still looking at that exploration of therapy materials, funding, and self-advocacy. So as you guys are coming back, start thinking of some of the questions we've posed here. So some of the things we're going to explore: what counts as a therapy tool, organizational level advocacy versus single site. That's going to form some of the ways that you make your ask, make your request, some of the people maybe you bring on to help you bolster some of those requests. Looking at where is the money coming from, who's making that funding decision, and this might be in alignment with where that money is coming from. Different pots of money have different funding decisions associated with them. Who are some of your sources and partnerships that you can tap into, and then identifying some of your stakeholders. So as I had spoken earlier, when we looked at with our organization getting AMP Care and also getting some of the fees within our organization, part of what we did is a lot of education to our stakeholders. This image right here is actually from one of our leadership conferences. The gentleman sitting in the chair is, at the time, was our chief executive medical officer, and he was probably our biggest advocate for getting some of the tools into our communities. So sometimes it's finding that right stakeholder who can be a voice to some of the areas and some of the rooms that maybe you don't have a seat in yet. So finding that stakeholder, finding that partner can be kind of your gateway, your opening to a lot of these conversations. All right. So when we look at exploring some of those therapy tools, what counts as a therapy tool? So a lot of times we'll think of it in these buckets, more or less. Cognitive communication tools. So maybe this is your functional worksheets, memory books, sequencing cards, executive function kits, environmental support, signage, kind of what goes in that bucket for you. Some of your dysphagia tools might be in your communication in your toolkit. So thickeners, adaptive utensils, safe self-feeding tools, oral motor tools, swallowing training aids, cups, spoons, straws, tongue depressors, as we talked about earlier. Looking at that bucket for speech and language tools, so different books, communication boards, AAC materials, different social scripts, maybe different apps in this area. And then don't forget about kind of your functional rehab tools. So things that can be associated with those functional goals. So maybe it's some of those ADLs, your calendars, some of the mail, the menus, some real world task things. I have access to old checkbooks, different TV remotes, different calendars. So different things that you might have in your functional toolkit. But also don't forget when you're thinking about your toolkit, and some of you guys have brought this up in the chat box as well, those certifications, those educations and CEUs, looking at those different outreach opportunities, those can be tools within your toolkit. Partnerships and different collaborative programs, those standardized assessments, technology, documentation, and then asking yourself when you're looking at these tools, when you're kind of creating your list, is this a high value SLP material? And we'll talk a little bit about what that means when we talk about high value materials. And how does that look when you're starting to format and you're starting to frame that ask? So I want you guys to look back, kind of your list of tools, your list of things you want. And we're going to kind of look at how does it fit within the framework for your return on investment. So in the chat box, I'd love you guys to go ahead and put down one of those tools that you wrote earlier. What is that one tool that maybe you're thinking of in the back of your mind? This might be my next ask. This might be the thing that I need. And when we start looking at those different tools, they can kind of fit into different buckets. So is it a high value, low reward tool? Is it a high value, high reward? Is it a low value, low reward, or low value, high reward? So when I look at, so we've been using the example of tongue depressors, flavored tongue depressors specifically. And when you look at the grid, where fit within the boxes? So when Kelly gave you the pricing for that, and
Not
she's given an
terribly
example.
expensive.
Yeah, not that expensive. So low value, low cost to the organization, to the clinic, but very high reward. So something that if you look at value in regards to cost, that's one way you can do it specifically. But you can also look at value, not necessarily just in the how much does it cost up front or to continue to maintain, but what is the monetary value it's going to bring back to your organization, bring back to your clinic. So don't let the cost be your only driving factor when you're talking about value, when you're talking about reward. Kind of looking outside of that box of it's only one piece, one thing for those tools.
I'm going to take another example. So if I was thinking about scoping equipment, that might have a very high value in terms of the benefit to the patient. It also might have a high cost if we consider that as value. It could have a high reward depending on the situation. It also could be a low reward situation depending on your setting. So if you're not getting a ton of severe dysphagia patients, perhaps that's a low reward item, but a high cost or high value item. So it's just, I think this is just one way of framing things. It comes from some of the KPI framework that's out there, key performance indicators. And so when we talk about like box 1, 2, 3, and 4, sometimes your companies might push you to look for tools that are only low cost or low value with a high reward. And so you're all the way over here in this right hand, bottom right hand box, low value, high reward. But I think we need balance. So you're going to have some things that maybe you don't use very much, but they also don't cost you very much. So that's your low value, low reward. And then you might have some of those standardized tests that are perhaps low value in the scheme of things. They don't cost $100,000+, but maybe they have a little bit higher reward. So all of that is going to shift depending on your situation. So the question that we came up with was, what types of equipment, tools, assessments, or treatments would you put in what box? So that's just another way of framing your requests for tools or equipment or CEUs or whatever you're looking for.
Yeah. And so one of the examples that our SLP group, our organization has been tackling right now is we're looking at different education, different certifications in regards to our voice and our Parkinson's population. And we've been toying around with, Big and Loud, LSVT, Speak Out, and all of them have different values and different capacities for usage. And what we're starting to realize is, while we may want to move into maybe that LSVT training, some of our teams really don't have a large Parkinson's population. And it may not be a high value, high reward for that specific community, for that specific team. And then some of our other communities, they are so TCU short stay heavy that some of that protocol really prohibits us meeting the treatment requirements within that specific parameter for the program. So looking at it that way as well, and seeing, okay, this is a great tool, a great training, a great education, but does it fit what my current reality is? Or is there a way that I can utilize it differently? Or is there a different alternative within that? Some of our communities have recognized that, okay, maybe LSVT in this example is the way they want to go, but they are doing it as a purposeful project to expand their outpatient reach. They are specifically targeting Parkinson's clinics and our neurologist physician base that we work with to really enhance our caseload in that area. And what we've heard from some of these physicians is they want to refer to LSVT trained therapists. So we are going to be that place for them in this one specific patient population and specific clinic. But it wouldn't be appropriate for us to kind of blanket that request across our organization because it doesn't fit for every community, every clinic that we have. So a good way to look at it as well is what might be high value, high reward for one setting or one unit or one community within your organization. That might not correlate all the way across, or it might correlate all the way across. So looking at it that way as well when you're making those asks. All right. So when you are making those asks, really, you need to know where the money is coming from. So what are some funding sources that are out there for you guys? And I know I've talked to a lot of clinicians who have said, I asked my director and they said it's not in the budget. And the conversation kind of ends there, or they put it on the list that's stapled somewhere in the therapy gym, but no additional information on it. So really knowing what those key funding sources are and who you can ask for money from, or helping you when you're formulating those requests as to here's an option to consider money coming from this source. So when I'm looking at funding, I'm looking at our facility therapy budget. And we all know that notoriously, especially in skilled nursing, we have very low operational budgets. Oftentimes it's less than $200 a year for a therapy department. And that's not a lot of money to play around with. But when I look for some of the tools that I need, so nursing budget, okay, for my dysphagia items, for my oral care and hygiene items, maybe I'm looking into the nursing budget to tap into that. For EMST, we're looking into our respiratory budget because it's going to directly impact their revenue and reimbursement. When I look at my memory care, some of my cognitive and dementia items, I'm looking more into our activities and wellness budget because that's who's primarily in our memory care space. So I'm collaborating with them to get some of the tools. Depending on your organization, you might have a foundation that supplies different monetary amounts, either in capital requests or foundation or grant requests or gift requests. Donor funds is always an option. If you have a patient, family member who is really into a protocol and education, I know you gave the example earlier of the individual who ended up helping us move some of our programming forward because that was something that they had personal interest in. So what are some of the donor funds? Is there one that maybe you can fit under the bucket? So who's on your donors organization? Corporate rehab budgets. Those are oftentimes different than your individual therapy budget. So if you work for an organization that has multiple therapy departments, whether they're in-house or contract, sometimes you need to move the conversation that way. So move it outside of your individual organization or individual setting over onto that corporate side of things, and they can help you with some of those requests. Petty cash and supply orders. It's always interesting to find out what's actually in the supply list, what is available for therapists and for facilities to purchase. So one of the things when we were moving forward with IDSI as a program, we really wanted to implement IDSI over a decade ago now. What we found was we had individuals getting thickened liquids from all different sources. The thickeners were coming from everywhere. The pre-thickened liquids were coming from everywhere. The pre-modified purees were coming from everywhere. So we tackled it more from a supply request and supply orders standpoint. And what we were able to do was say, you know, if we move both on policy and procedure towards pre-thickened liquids or using, our organization uses the Simply Thick gel pump, we were actually able to show cost savings by making that transition and switch. So it was something that helped on the speech side of things, but impacted other departments. So sometimes looking at some of those programs, some of those tools a little bit differently can help with that. One-time capital requests. So that process is going to look different depending on your organization. But for those bigger ticket items, get familiar with your capital request project. When is the time to ask for capital requests versus those individually funded, more of that petty cash. And then Amazon wish lists for staff and families. I am always amazed at what we get purchased for our gyms just because we had it out there as this is the therapy request. We just put it out into the world. And we have different family members who are like, oh, I had a great time in therapy. You know, XYZ therapist really helped my mom and dad to accomplish their goals to return home. So I'm going to get something off their wish list. So make sure your wish list is always active and ready to go, and that you don't just write the item on it. You have that tangible information of here's how you get it and here's the cost. Also looking at some of that shift in reimbursement structure. So in skilled nursing and in home health, we're dealing with PDPM and PDGM. So a lot of times that means that less money is allocated to therapy supplies, but that doesn't mean that there's less focus and impact on how we get reimbursement from a therapy standpoint. So really getting familiar with some of those pieces. Sometimes the corporate funds only durable medical equipment. So asking those questions, consumables, things like paper, ink, pens, those can often be put under admin expenses or facility miscellaneous supply expenses, not specific to therapy or speech. So knowing where some of those budget line items come from can help you start to formulate those asks and really know not only who do you have to ask the question to, but how do you have to ask that question. One of the things we looked at was with our printing. We found that it costs more money for us to print things on a therapy stand and from the therapy side of things than for us to send it over to the office admin and have them print it from theirs because they had a bigger printing budget. So sometimes looking at things a little bit differently and knowing where that money comes from can help with some of those asks or remove some of those barriers that come up front. So kind of asking yourself, is your request single site, single SLP, multi-site, large SLP team? And what's that total impact going to be with your request moving forward? Keeping that in mind. All right. So when we're looking at those spending decisions, and I know Kelly's going to jump in a little bit because her picture looks a little bit different than mine, obviously, with this, but who's making those spending decisions? Every organization has a different structure for funding requests and timing of requests and the process to initiate. So I would love for you guys to chime into the chat box, just a simple yes or no. Do you know what your organization's process is for funding, either large ticket items or kind of those everyday ticket items?
I'm seeing lots of no's, maybe a couple of little sprinkles of yeses. So that's no surprise that maybe you don't know how the funding, part works in your organization. A few more no's coming in.
Yeah. And that is very, very common, whether you are a new SLP to the field or you've been working in a field for 25 plus years. A lot of times we don't know where the money goes and where it comes from. And that is okay. And what we want you guys to get comfortable with is asking the questions so you can start advocating for the things you need. You're not going to get everything you ask for, but knowing who to ask, when to ask, and how to ask is a crucial part of the conversation. As I said earlier, oftentimes it's not your director of rehab who's making these decisions. They can make the ask, but oftentimes if they think the request is too big, or if they think, oh, we have this, or maybe in some communities, you might have a PT or OT as your director, and they just don't understand a lot of those speech nuances. They may not forward the request because maybe they have other big ticket items that they want to see. So really knowing what the process is important. I would encourage you guys, have a sit down, even like a 5-minute conversation with somebody on your executive team, whether it's your facility administrator, your executive director, even that admin assistant. Our admin assistants in our organization, they seem to know everything. So just asking, hey, who would make a decision if I had a request of X amount of dollars?
I'll
And
chime
also
in that
knowing,
in my little clinical setting with the ENT doctors, and we're owned by a hospital. I did literally in the first few months that I was there, I said, "Hey, so if I need something," and I had asked this at the interview too when I was looking at the job, what's the process, or is there a budget? Just sort of ask those nice but hard questions. And I found out that there wasn't really a set budget for materials, but basically I just needed to make the requests. So I needed to put together a wish list, and I gave them one. And that was one of the things I sort of walked in the door with was, okay, I feel like I'm going to need these things, but let's talk about timing later. So I went ahead and just kind of gave them the heads up of these are some things that I know that I'm going to need, but we'll figure out the timing. And that opened the door in a way that was more like, hey, I need stuff, but I'm also not going to beat you up about it. And then that turned into very productive conversations down the road where I don't feel scared to go and email and say, I need straws or I need Sharpie gel pens. I mean, I know that sounds like a big thing for some of you guys, but make that make that a priority. Don't go to Staples yourself and buy them. Get your office to buy them.
yeah, yeah, and getting comfortable. Sometimes it takes just getting those small wins here and there to get you comfortable and get you moving forward. And the timing is really important. But when I'm looking at funding requests, when I'm looking at saying, hey, I know I need these materials, as a former director of rehab, I every single month when we had one of our rehab team meetings, I always went to every single therapist and I said, what is on your list? What is your request for this month? I need to know how much it costs, where it can be purchased from, and at least two patient populations it's going to impact. And if I didn't get an information, if I didn't get something from a department or discipline, I didn't move forward with the ask. So that was me being proactive as a director because I recognized how hard it is to sometimes get the equipment you need. But if your directors aren't asking you those questions, if you don't have that wish list somewhere or an opportunity to make those requests at least once a quarter, you need to be starting those conversations. Because if you're not having the conversations, the answer is always going to be no if you don't ask the question. And some of the terminology to utilize when you guys are asking for requests. So my biggest way to get information and to get some of my funding through is I ask about QAPI. And QAPI is our quality improvement process. So when you work in skilled nursing, quality metrics are a huge, huge, huge thing. So at both the state level and at the federal level, it's something that's going to impact your stars. It's something that's going to impact your surveys. It's something that's going to directly impact your reimbursement rate, both on the Medicare and the Medicaid side. So it's something that impacts every single patient, every single department, every single discipline. So if I can tie a request to a quality item, I can move it forward quicker. So for example, one of the big ticket item requests that I had a few years back is I wanted to get more education and resources in regard to dementia. So I wanted to have more education and certifications, not only for myself, but our therapy team across the board. So when I made that request, I found out what are the quality metric items that my communities are working on, and how does me having education in cognition and specifically dementia help impact that quality area. So one of the quality areas that was being addressed in our community was high falls. We had a lot of high falls with injury and incident and return to hospitalization. So I formed my pitch based on how can cognition and me knowing about dementia impact our nursing so they can reduce falls. And when I framed the conversation into something that nursing was really, really moving the needle on and really driving importance in, I was able to add that tool into the request. So looking at that a little bit differently and kind of thinking, okay, well, if I want tongue depressors, okay, how does tongue depressors impact quality? Well, if I don't have a tongue depressor to do a good oral mech exam, I can't assist in helping with oral hygiene. If I don't have good oral hygiene and oral cares, I can't reduce rehospitalization risk. So kind of going down that train of thought, and rehospitalization is a quality area that impacts revenue. And it's actually a 2% per day revenue reduction if you have it. So it's a big money item, even though tongue depressors are not, but it has a big impact. So when you're looking at some of those requests, looking at some of the terminology within your organization. Capital budget requests, usually there's a big process involved at your organization. So asking, what is our capital budget process? Do we have a foundation budget? And determining who you ask can also look at those different areas. Somebody had put in the chat, your executive assistant or your admin assistants hold the keys. Sometimes they're the best person to ask the questions because they're the ones seeing where all of the information goes. Grants, gift, and donors. Most organizations kind of across the board have at some point applied for grants, have somebody give a donation, or are working with a foundation in a different area. So have your requests ready and have information that's kind of turnkey, where you can say, hey, I know we don't have a current request, but if one comes up, maybe you can consider this and have it ready to go. PIPs. So PIPs are performance improvement projects on the skilled nursing side. There's different ones on the hospital organization side as well. But essentially what these are, and these are state specific for us. So in the state of Minnesota, what we have is nursing determines a different performance improvement that they want to work on, and they put together a proposal. And within this proposal, they talk about education needs, material needs, tools, resources. That's an area where you can insert yourself. So if you have quality meetings in your organization, get into the quality meetings, talk about how having certain tools can impact those performance projects. General funds, annual budget. Again, find out when your team's budget is due, when it's starting to be made. This is a question you can ask your DRR, you can ask your regional, maybe ask your clinic director. Hey, when do you guys start talking about budget? Because you want to be in the table and having the conversation before the budget is put to paper. It's too late to ask for the year when the budget's already been submitted. It's really hard to make budgetary requests after the budget has been submitted. So you want to be in front of that submission. And then formal versus informal requests. Is this a request that can just be an email to somebody, or is this something that needs more of a formal process? And what does that look like for your team and for your organization? Another thing to explore when you're looking at some of these funding is some of those partnerships, some of those funding sources. So I had touched base recently on some of the pilot projects that we've done. ACP Synchrony and OmniFlow were two of the pilots that we worked on and partnership examples. But get comfortable asking the vendors and asking different partners, what can you do for me? What's the value add you can bring to the table for my organization? It's amazing what those doors will open when you start having conversations that are very business mindset and led with the here's what I can bring to the table, what can you bring to the table, and really actively working those partnerships. As I said, we'd been in discussion for over 5 years with AmpCare before we were able to get things moved and get things approved. But that continued conversation and collaboration allowed us to move the needle on it. So sometimes it is that long-term relationship, that long-term goal to have in mind. And other times it's we have an established partnership. Looking at also what are some of the partnerships that your physical therapy and occupational therapy, respiratory nursing team members have. So for us, when we wanted to really move the needle on oral cares and oral hygiene, I went to my infection prevention nurses and I said, okay, I have concerns that our residents are not getting high enough volume and assist with oral cares and oral hygiene. And I want to figure out as an organization, how can we do this? How can we get the tools that we need? How can we impact the metric? So really talking through it with that individual. Sometimes it's not so much about that initial money ask, but it's what is the programming impact overall? So thinking of it that way as well. How can this tool impact a program or impact a metric area? And that can lead to some of those funding opportunities. Educational offerings, collaborative partnerships, bringing that another team, another vendor into the table, into the conversation can really help with those pieces. And a lot of the different organizations out there, the different vendors, different companies, they're willing to have those conversations and work with you. We are currently in discussion with one of the vendors and actually a university partnership in which the tools will be provided if we provide the patient population and the supervision for the students. But in the end, if we get the outcomes that our organization desires, then we get to purchase the equipment at a reduced cost. So a long-term process with a high value outcome. So we're really looking at that different way to get some of those programs and some of those tools in place. Anything to add on that one, Kelly?
No, that sounds great. I would say maybe, for example, in my area, is there's been a clinician who needed to get something to help her patients to reorient, and nobody reads analog clocks anymore. So she actually consulted with I don't know how many people, but she finally got foundation funding to get digital clocks that also had the weather on them. And I don't recall all the details of that, but I think it had the weather and the date and then the digital clock, and it was a large print font on the clock. And she used foundation funding to get that in her facility for improved reorientation for her patients. So that's a success story of somebody who sort of thought outside of the box of rehab, that, those reorientation clocks really helped.
Yeah. We had actually an SLP and OT team who did something similar, and they ended up they knew a remodel was coming to one of the communities, and they said, what would really help our patients is if we had those larger whiteboards where we could write the date, we could write where they are, we could write their upcoming appointments on it, we could put some of their high risk alerts on it. And they were able to put that in that capital request within the remodel. So it didn't come out of the therapy budget, it came out of that remodel budget. So sometimes thinking out of the box and thinking of different ways to get funding can really help you move the needle on those pieces.
Yeah, my office is moving sometime next year. The hospital's already moved forward with a plan to move us to a different building. And we actually have a meeting with the builders specifically about the voice pod and the audiology pod next week. So, I don't know what the story will be, but we will find out what the builders have planned. And I've already seen one preliminary picture. So one of the thoughts we have is, what can we put into the budget, make sure is in there now, so we're not asking for it after the fact.
So when you're thinking about kind of these tools, these different things that are on your wish list, whether they be big ticket items or kind of those lower ticket items, you really want to start building your case. So some of the steps to look at is there a clinical need? Are you able to articulate and document what the clinical need is for that tool? Is there regulatory alignment? And I know Kelly gave the example earlier of with the equipment needing specific statement for approval within a certain company. So what is the regulatory alignment in regard to the request you're asking? There might be some, there might not be, but it's always a consideration to have upfront. What is the value to resident outcomes, your patient outcomes? So you always want to be considering that in the request as you're thinking of building your case. You may or may not use it when you present your case, but you want to have it available so you can readily say it, you can readily document it and have it in that back pocket. You want to make sure you're considering risk reduction. So how does bringing this tool, this education, this certification, this program into your community reduce risk of whatever it might be? And maybe it's those quality metric items. Maybe it's increasing your visibility within the community as this type of specialty clinic. So you're reducing your risk of low patient caseload. Is there an interdisciplinary benefit? I would encourage you to think of how whatever tool you're bringing benefits cross-discipline. How is it going to impact them? And then is this a low cost or a high cost return on investment? And again, that goes back to that KPI grid that we talked about earlier. And looking at the language. So when we talk about self-advocacy, so you've come together, you're starting to build your case, you've considered those 6 items. You want to make sure your advocacy is going to be strategic and it's ongoing. Know your audience is kind of the most important part here. And it is ongoing, but you have to have the data and the metrics to really move yourself forward. Kind of think whether it's pens and tongue depressor or of fees and a full suite of modality equipment. You want to have a strong case. You want to combine your data with your compliance with your outcomes. And some of this information you may not be able to get by yourself. So reaching out to other communities who maybe have the tools. I always like to kind of data mine with social media. It's a great way to do it and say, hey, SLPs out there who work in this setting in this state, have you ever got this in your community? Finding people who have had successes to help you build your case is really important. And eventually, your goal is really that sustainable access to effective therapy material. So it's not enough to just get the equipment. You want to continue to talk about the success that you've had with the equipment, how you're utilizing it. One of the things that we always do in our organization is after we do a certification and education or bring in a new therapy tool into our teams, we always circle back and do a marketing story. We do a success story with it. We turn it over to our marketing team. We turn it over to our physician teams, our referral sources, so they can see, hey, not only did we do this amazing thing with our clinicians, they now have access to this amazing tool. It's going to impact the patient populations, and here's the success that we've had. So really tooting your own horn and getting comfortable with it. And it can be those small material items, it can be those big ticket material items, but you want to talk about the successes. So the individuals who fund your request know that, oh, I gave money for this. It was successful. I'm more comfortable giving more money to this person, this department, because I know they're going to utilize it appropriately and continue to benefit our patient population, benefit our bottom line, whatever it might be. So these are just a few of kind of the languages I use, depending on how I'm formulating some of the requests. And feel free, you guys can take this language. So using evidence-based justification. So the underlying areas, this is kind of where you can plug in whatever thing it is you need. So for this one, providing structured cognitive rehab materials supports skilled intervention under ASHA guidelines and improves accuracy of safety, attention, and problem-solving tasks. These materials reduce adverse events related to impaired cognition. They support compliance with CMS F-TAG guidance on quality of life and resident engagement. So this is an example I used. I pulled it right from our request for funding for some of our cognitive environmental supports that we've put into our communities. So having those materials allowed me to address F-TAG guidance, so risk reduction. So really looking at those different areas of what is the high impact on the person you're asking. So I kind of doom scroll when I start some of my requests. I think about like, what is the worst case scenario that can happen? And how can this tool impact and make that better, make it less of a risk? So that's kind of a way that I look at it too. I would say, especially if you're in more of a hospital, skilled nursing type setting, looking at your federal tags, looking at, for us in skilled nursing, it's our CMS tags. Is there a tag that I can associate this tool or this material with? So when I make requests, the biggest one I'll use is quality of life and resident engagement. That's probably a big one that I will use. It's also a high risk tag for nursing. And what that means is it impacts multiple patient populations and multiple individuals. So it's a high financial risk to the community if they don't get me this tool or this material. And also on the flip side, if there has been a tag in your community, in your hospital setting or in your nursing setting, looking at your list of tools that you've started to formulate and thinking, okay, if I had this tool, how could it impact or have potentially reduced the risk of this tag happening? For us, moving to a standardized thickener across our organization helped to reduce our risk for our culinary and our resident quality of life tags. So it was a huge monetary tag that we were able to reduce by having thickened liquids in a gel form and a policy to go with who's thickening it. So just sometimes thinking outside the box is the way to do that with those pieces. And then some of those different advocacy languages, I'm not going to read them all, but these are just different ways that you can advocate within your leadership and different kind of language documentation that you can have. And when we're looking at some of these scripts, this is just my 5 minute, it's called my elevator pitch. But really, like, this is a great executive summary script depending on who you're talking to. So sometimes you're only given a few minutes to have a conversation. So having your elevator pitch ready to go is really, really important. You never know when you might need it. So breaking it down into why having the tools impacts your outcome, how does it impact reimbursement, and how does it compare to other return on investment requests? So also knowing who is making a request in your organization is really important. You don't want to be competing against your own team. So having those conversations with your team is really, really important as well. And then making sure you're aligning your requests with your organizational's priorities. That's a way to move requests forward much quicker and much more tangibly. If you know what your organization, either their strategic plan or strategic initiatives are, what their patient caseload volume growth is anticipating, what some of those quality priorities might be, some of those regulatory compliance areas. If you can target and loop your request back to those areas, you have a much higher chance of getting movement and getting a yes with those areas. And feel free to take the script. It's totally fine. And tweak it to how you do.
I love the script. I think people are going to love having just, how can I say this? And that's a good way to just, get an idea.
Yeah. And this is just your quick, like, and I have this in email form as well that I will send out to like our grants and our foundations, our donors. I will sometimes formulate this and state, I know budget season is almost upon us. I'd love to have a 5-minute conversation with you in regards to how we can impact quality improvement priorities and support further regulatory compliance. Here's a few bullet items of how my request is going to improve and make your life better. When can I get on the calendar? Here's 3 options for times that work for me. So giving them that option. And sometimes it's formulating those conversations, those either email or phone calls, into a way to decrease the no and saying, here's 3 options, choose from one of the 3. So giving them maybe not only time options for the conversation, but also options for, these are my 3 requests for our 26-27 budget year. And give them kind of a high value, a medium value, and a low value within that KPI. And sometimes it's just, I have a choice of 3, I'm going to pick 1. Instead of just one item that they can immediately say no to, give them an option of 3. Different ways to think of how you request some of those funding pieces. So,
all right, so we have some questions here. When we talked about tools and equipment so far, I think you've seen sort of some of the themes here, that there are going to be some intangibles, and one of those is building trust in the workplace. What are your thoughts about how you build trust in the workplace so that your requests for actual hands-on items, tools, and equipment will be taken seriously? Feel free to drop those into the chat. Just the piano example that I mentioned earlier, I have done the absolute best I could get by with tablet style or even phone style pitch generation. And I, of course, sing. So I sing with my patients or model for my patients when we're doing something that needs a specific pitch that they need to match. So I've built up sort of observational based trust in my office that they know if I request a piano, I'm most likely going to get pretty good use out of that piece of equipment because I've already done the best I can get by without it. And so that sense of building trust also came from, hey, I am being fiscally responsible here. I want to be as conservative as I can and get what I absolutely have to have. And that trust building has taken a few years. I've been at this office since 2017, so 8 years of building that trust up, and I got there pretty quickly, which was pretty amazing. If you are PRN, I know I saw a couple comments in the chat earlier that maybe you are PRN or sort of on an as needed basis at your facility and you're not maybe in a leadership position or you're not the SLP. It can be a little more challenging to build trust in those types of scenarios. So, what are your ideas on how you build trust in the workplace?
Starting to see some of the comments come in. I love this one. Just introducing yourself to the administrative staff when you're at the facility. Um, I always find it really interesting. I will ask our therapy teams when I do site visits. I always ask, "Do you guys know who the executive director is? Could you point out the DON to me?" And the number of times that I have therapists say, "I don't know if I've ever actually met them." Make it a point to meet the leadership team. Whether that's making the request saying, "Hey, can I just pop in for the first 5 minutes during this meeting just to get a name to a face?" Um, I make it a purpose to swing by and say hi to our administrative assistant every single time I'm in our support center office because I know she's somebody that I'm going to have to rely on. So getting your face in front of those key leaders is really, really important. It can be hard, but just that friendly hello, just being like, "Hey, I'm Lisa. I work at the rehab department. I'm a speech language pathologist." And just giving them that opening for those conversations is really important. Another piece is I will make purposeful invitations when I have therapy sessions, especially if I'm using a newer tool. I might say to our unit manager, "Hey, I'm going to see Miss So and so at this time. I'd love for you to come in and see this new tool that I'm trying with her. Maybe you have some suggestions for me." So pulling in that team can really help with your case because then they're going to start talking about you. Be like, "Oh, I never knew that speech did this thing." So that's a great way to get kind of that feedback and that buy-in too.
Yes, with the people that need to be convinced. I think we've said that a few times, so hopefully that doesn't feel too much like we're just droning on and on, but that is critical. They don't always understand your job, especially if you have a PTOT director or somebody who's not even in the therapy profession, who is in that decision-making role. So understanding what they know about you is really helpful.
Yeah. One of the things that I like to do, and I had showed the image earlier of our chief medical officer, and then one of our contract fees gentlemen, Antonio, and then our amp care rep was there, and just getting in front of them and being like, "Hey, I want you to see the equipment so you can know what I'm talking about." Or inviting them to an educational session. I try and have all of our potential vendors, our potential equipment people come in and do like a 30-minute pitch to our different communities where I invite either the DONs in or executive directors. Maybe it's our reimbursement team, kind of depending on who I want to target my ask to eventually. I'm inviting them into those conversations, inviting them to see the tools and the equipment, and just sharing that information. Because sometimes it's just the seeing is believing for them versus an abstract request. It's really easy for PT and OT to ask, like, "Hey, can I have this equipment that helps with ambulation?" when they see them walking the hallway every single day with their patients. A lot of times, what we do is behind closed doors. So sometimes opening those doors up a little bit more and having a little bit more exposure to your therapy sessions can help with that.
All right. And then on the last question about the successes and failures, I just want you to think about why was the no a no? But on the flip side, why was the yes a yes? Was it timing? Was it funding? Was it a rationale that made sense to something that met multiple people's goals? So don't look at all of the no's alone. Look at the yeses as well, because that's going to help you to be more successful.
All right. This is a joke. We're just going to click, click. Okay, there we go. All right. So looking at your therapy budget. So again, we've kind of talked a little bit about where does that money come from? Are you a private practice? Are you a for-profit? Are you a nonprofit, skilled nursing, home health, outpatient, acute? Are you a multi-level, multidisciplinary team? An SLP voice clinic versus a stroke center versus a collaborative transitional care unit with all three disciplines. That can really impact kind of what your reality of your budget is and how your budget works. So knowing those questions, knowing those conversations can really, really help when you're moving this conversation forward. So not to be doom and gloom right now, but like I said, on the skilled nursing side, most of our teams have an extraordinary low operational budget. So when I'm making requests, when I'm helping our SLPs make requests at the single site level or at the organizational level, we are dealing with a minimal budget. So oftentimes I am not even looking at touching the therapy budget. Other than asking the question towards the end of the year or towards our budget cycle, what money did we not touch or what monies did we over expend in, to help formulate some of those conversations. PDPM and PDGM specifically, those are really going to impact how your budget works. What we've seen kind of across the board is less money is allocated to therapy supplies and therapy budgets, especially as we've moved away from a RUG-based or minutes-based reimbursement structure to one that is clinical caseload and clinical profile driven. That doesn't mean that the money is not there and you can't make an impact in these areas. I would encourage you guys, especially if you're in a home health or skilled nursing setting, get to know PDPM really, really well and get to know PDGM really well and how you as speech add value to that conversation. We'll go over a little bit of it in the next slide, but it is in itself, it could be an 8-hour CEU, but it's really important to know where that money comes from in regard to reimbursement structure, and how things are funded that way. We talked a little bit about this earlier. Sometimes corporations only fund minimal durable equipment, so that DME stuff. So knowing if that is the case, who do you need to ask and where does that fund come from? And then what is considered an admin expense versus a therapy expense. So knowing where those expenses are and how those budget line items are dropped down can really help you formulate those questions and how that budget works. But if you don't know how the budget works, if you don't know how those requests work, the first thing to do is ask. Just say, hey, I'd love a better understanding of how money gets allocated to our therapy team and specific to my discipline, so I can better formulate those questions. This is just a very, very short snippet into that PDPM on how budget works. Section GG is probably where I can make a huge impact as an SLP. One of the areas that we find that is often coded in error is some of our GG items that impact speech. So your oral hygiene and self-feeding area, that's an area where you can talk with your team with that impact in some of those therapy supplies and tools. Section K, O, and C, those in most cases are not filled out by speech, but we have direct impact on those. So the diagnostic coding in your ICD-10 sequencing, if they are on modified textures, altered liquids, if they have signs and symptoms related to your Section K items, cognition in your Section C. So with those BIMS items, having those conversations, knowing what your overall case mix is, not only on your short stay side, but on your long-term care side is going to impact. Being aware of the penalties and reduction days is important as well with your conversation. So I gave the example earlier with our fees being completed within 72 hours of admission with somebody who's on an altered texture or diet. That directly impacts some of our reduction days. So the first 3 days of a Medicare A stay or a managed care Part A stay are paid at a 3-time higher percentage volume. So if we're able to capture some of those ICD-10 codes specific to the speech case mix area, we can increase revenue 3 times as high. And we also don't have the reduction days penalty that PT and OT have. So what that means is speech is paid at 100%, whereas PT and OT rates decrease the longer the stay is. So knowing those things can impact how you request some of your tools because it's going to directly impact payment, or knowing how to formulate the conversation to say, if I get this tool, this technology, this education, here's how I can directly impact your reimbursement rate. So making sure you're part of that conversation, you're aware of these things, especially if you're living in that skilled nursing or home health area. These are really important tangibles to be part of the conversation for those pieces. Some misunderstandings, Kelly touched base on this a little bit earlier, that lack of understanding of SLP scope. If people don't know what you do in speech, they're not going to know why you need money for speech. So making sure you're getting in front of those conversations. Unfortunately, a lot of times we're seen, even by our own team members and our own disciplines, as that low cost discipline. Like, we just need a pen and a pack of cards and a clipboard and we can do our thing. That's not true. And sometimes what can be a barrier is a lot of times the tools that we have are viewed as more of activities. So really formulating, how does this tool bring skill to the conversation and skill to what you do versus I can do this activity with the patient. No, what is the skilled thing you're doing with them and how is it going to impact your reimbursement and your outcomes? Oftentimes, we don't have as big of an influence on the budgetary discussions just because of the lack of FTEs. Sometimes when budgets are put together, they're put together based on the number of FTEs within a department. So nursing has a larger budget because they have like 20 times the FTEs that the therapy budget does. PT and OT have like 7 times the number of FTEs as SLPs, so they just have a bigger percentage of the pie. So sometimes that's why we don't have a big piece of the budget overall, but also times we don't have a big influence because we're not part of those discussions. So getting in front of the discussion, and also recognizing what are some of those other department priorities and how can your request align instead of compete. And FTEs is your full-time employment status. So whether you're like part-time employee, you're a non-benefits because you're less than X number of hours a week, or you're a 1.0 or a full-time employee. So a lot of times budgets are based on those percentages. So
Just really quick, I answered in the chat. Somebody asked about what is FTEs. FTE stands for full-time equivalent. So a lot of SLPs, if they work 4 days a week or 4.5 days a week, they're going to be less than 1.0 FTEs. 1.0 is basically 40 hours per week in most measurement systems. So I work 4.5, which is 36 hours a week. So my FTE is 0.9.
yeah, and that's a really important conversation to recognize as well, because you might have a team that has 3.75 SLPs, but it's only 1.5 full time. So your percentage is not going to be as high in this spectrum of budget if they're done by percentage of full-time employees. So really looking at that as well when you're making those requests. Oh, and that comment kind of makes me laugh a little bit. There's a comment in there in the chat box that talks about like SLPs as the redheaded stepchild of rehab. I have heard that one before as well. It's just because they're intimidated because of how amazing we are. That's the way I'm going to take that comment when it's told to me, that we're just amazing and unique and all on our own, which is why we need our own budget, because we can't fall into PT and OT. We are our own standing entity. And I think that's important to remember too, is speech stands on its own. When you look at reimbursement, speech can stand on its own by itself, especially in the skilled nursing facility. You don't need PT and OT involved. Speech can stand on its own. So that's a bargaining chip that you have for your requests as well. All right. These are kind of the, on the left side of the screen is kind of the things that are a little bit easier to get the yes for. So basically, these are materials that are tied to compliance, safety, and survey deficiency prevention. That's an easy yes for most communities, most facilities. Some of the other areas, those subscriptions, AAC, high cost, personalized things, materials that can't be shared, sometimes those get that automatic no. It just means you need to advocate a little bit differently and have a little bit different justification for it. A lot of times these are items that you might get the response from director of, oh, we don't usually fund that, or we don't usually pay for those type of things. Unless it's your chapstick coming out of your purse, if it's something you're using with your patients, using to impact patient outcomes, do your documentation, it's things that need to be funded. So flipping the conversation a little bit differently, and recognizing that you shouldn't be the one responsible bringing in all of the tools. Kind of think of it as, is this your personal tool? I will always ask therapists when they come in, what have you personally contributed to your therapy office here? Let's look at ways we can either get that reimbursed or reallocated and paid for, because we shouldn't be bringing in those tools. All right, so some of those key takeaways when you're looking at budgets, because budgets are going to frame your discussion. Looking at the access for appropriate materials, you need to be looking at it in a way of, this is something that allows me to be compliant with regulations and provide high quality care. What we do is not activities. These are materials to support skilled intervention. So framing your documentation, framing your language and your conversation that way. These aren't things that we're going to do activities with patients with. These are things that are going to bring skilled and tangible materials to provide those interventions. You want to make sure you understand your facility's budget. So I would encourage all of you guys, when you go back on Monday or within the next week, asking the question, when is budget due? What does the budget process look like, and how do I get a seat at the table? When you're looking at advocating, you kind of want to focus on these 4 areas: outcomes, safety, regulatory compliance, and cost effectiveness. Those are terms and categories that speak kind of across departments, and can impact pretty much anybody that you're talking to. You can find a way to leverage the importance of those 4 areas within that ask. And then making sure you are always focused on building those relationships with your nursing team, your life enrichment activity staff, your PT/OT to increase buy-in. One of the most fabulous wins I've seen in our community is we actually got a virtual reality tool, and our physical therapy and occupational therapy team actually advocated for it as a speech tool because they had seen it demonstrated, and our SLP in this community did a lot of co-treatment. She really got involved with our PT/OT team and made it a point where they knew what speech did and she knew what PT and OT did. So when it came to asking requests, it was a team request that specifically impacted speech. So it's really important to build those relationships. Your team members should never say, I don't really know what speech does in that office down the corner. I'm not sure what they do with their patients. You want your therapy team to know what you do and to help be that advocate for you as well. So again, this is just that building your case. This is kind of your template. Do you have your clinical need, regulatory alignment, your value to resident outcomes, that risk reduction and interdisciplinary benefit? And then is this a low cost or high cost return on investment? So those are kind of your tangibles when you start to build your case, really making sure you're addressing those key areas. All right, so we've given you a lot of information. So we're gonna spend kind of the last 30-ish, 40 minutes here, and then we'll have a few time for question. So really working on advocating for materials and making it work. Not every request is going to work. Not every request is going to work right now, but making sure you can advocate for what you need, and make it work for your setting and your clinic.
So we put together just a little bit of advocacy driven topics here just to sort of make this something you can take with you and feel inspired. So here we go. We're going to start with patient provider level, but think about everything that's coming. So, advocacy doesn't happen in a tunnel. It happens in relationship to everything that's going on around us. With patient populations, one of the things that I am often thinking about in my little myopic clinic, voice clinic is a very special type of service. What patient populations am I getting referrals for? I'm, mostly getting dysphonia, but and I got one the other day and thankfully connected with the home health agency it should have gone to within our system. But it said that they wanted the patient to be seen related to their deafness. And it was like, okay, hold on. That's not exactly what I am set up for. Then I'm also thinking about in terms of the patients that I'm getting referrals on. Oh, I'm getting stuttering today. It's an adult stuttering patient after a stroke. Am I set up for that patient? But then also the flip side, who am I missing? Am I missing a specific patient population that somehow I need to figure out how to get them back into me, or I'm just not getting enough of those patients to justify adding tools and equipment to my clinic? And do I need to advocate for more of those referrals in order to justify those tools or clinical skills that can better serve them? So it's definitely kind of a seesaw when we're talking about recruiting patient populations and these clinical skills or tools, because one sort of feeds the other. The next bit here is a little bit more about referral sources. So if you're thinking about the providers that are sending you the referrals, how are you connecting with those providers? What kind of information information are you sending back to those providers? Maybe it's pulmonology and they're sending you patients who have dysphagia diagnoses and they're concerned about aspiration risk. How are you connecting back with that provider so that they will then send more to you because you're showing them the value? So value-based outcomes are going to become a part of our life if they're not already in your life. Value-based care is coming like a freight train in virtually every setting. So there's going to be quality metrics or value metrics that are going to need to be reported. Some insurance companies are starting to require some of these metrics on prior authorization requests for therapy. Some of them are requiring in your summary notes that you report on their outcomes. Some payers, the VA specifically, has put in there that you have to have a functional outcome measure and you have to report it when you discharge the patient, or you have to report it at a certain interval. So those referral sources, like the VA community care that comes to me, that is a referral source that I am keeping in mind the value of care for that patient. And that's part of patient level advocacy, in that I say, look, I need patient reported outcome measures. I need them laminated. I need them in a table format so that I can copy them into my electronic documentation system. And all of that cascades into advocating for my patient, but it is something that I am constantly thinking about. Next up is the specialty training conversation. So of course, you guys have already listed a few specialty trainings that you want to pursue. I almost kind of conceptualize specialty training a little bit different than a tangible tool that I'm putting on a wish list, but put that specialty training onto a wish list. And then how would that training add to your skills, marketability? So for example, I know I don't have much control over everything that I do, but I do have a little bit of influence. And on our voice clinic website for the hospital system, which is bare bones, it has the absolute bare minimum that it needs to have. It actually has on the homepage for the voice clinic that I have specialty training. So that is something that the hospital system can use to sort of blast or toot my horn a little bit without me having to go out there and brag that I have these specific trainings. And that has increased some of the referrals and helped me to be a little bit more effective with patients who are specifically seeking me out for that reason. Sometimes you need to feel better as a clinician, like, oh, I got this training. I feel stronger. I feel more confident. And that goes back to that question we talked about earlier of what would you need to be a better clinician? And so that patient level advocacy, you're saying, I want to go get this training because I have patients that need this. Our J training for folks with trismus was one of those that I said, I need this training. I have patients who have this problem. I want to make sure I'm not doing anything that would harm those patients. And I wanted to go through at least one highly structured trismus treatment course. And then, of course, make your case. All right. So next up, with challenges in staffing, and I know Lisa can probably speak a little bit more on this one, but there's going to be, issues with trying to expand your team. So I'm in a situation where it's me, myself, and I. And I was for a while trying to add on a second therapist. And the challenge was space. There was no space to put a second therapist. And so we were then going back and forth between, well, what if they're part of the voice clinic, but they're at a different site. And so then we were trying to navigate, how do we expand? And I actually had a meeting with the director of rehab for the whole hospital system. At the time, this was a physical therapist. She has since retired. And I'm sorry, the internet's glitchy. I'll cut my camera off, see if that helps. But I met with the physical therapist and I got the business plan template from her about how we could advocate for adding another 0.9 FTE to the staff, or at least a 0.8 FTE to the staff. And at the time, we went through a very lengthy process and it just did not seem like it was going to work. But there may be a situation where that no turns into a yes, and next year we believe that it may eventually turn into a yes, because our facility will then have space. So looking again back at that no and why it was a no turned into, hey, when we move to another building, can we? And planting that seed has turned into, yes, we can. When you are looking at navigating a wait list versus a work queue versus a caseload or workload, all of that is going to factor into your advocacy for tools, equipment, for training. I know in my setting, we have a work queue, which basically means as the referrals come in, they get scheduled. Some clinicians are in a setting where it's more like a wait list, like I have a caseload of XYZ and I have received 10 new referrals this week. They're on a wait list until I can get them in. And in other situations, you are in a fluctuating caseload situation or fluctuating workload situation. All that is going to factor into how you advocate for what you need. I feel like there's way too much to cover in that conversation. And I feel like maybe you have a specific situation you want to ask about. And the MedSLP Collective Facebook group is a great place to get more specific information about your specific staffing challenges. And then sometimes I would even posit to you to think about, could you improve your staffing challenge by actually getting some of these trainings or getting some of these tools or equipment needs that you have identified? So if you can find a way that maybe you can better meet your caseload demands, or you can get patients off of that wait list because now you can serve patients more quickly and you can get them discharged from therapy, that might actually help solve your staffing challenge. So there's a lot of, pros to think about with staffing challenges that don't all have to be negative.
And then that next piece of kind of your patient level advocacy, productivity. So productivity is always a big discussion, especially in the world I live in. And really looking at what does that mean? Because oftentimes when we're having not only this discussion about some of those staffing challenges, that will also lead right into productivity. Or you might have a director say, oh, well, your productivity is not that good, so I don't see how this tool is going to be beneficial because it's just going to impact your productivity in potentially a negative manner. And flipping the conversation a little bit differently, really looking at efficiency versus productivity. How is that defined in your communities? And I like to talk about it in a manner of, if I have this tool, this equipment, this certification, this training, I'm going to be directly impacting outcomes and length of stay. I'm going to be impacting quality metrics. I'm going to be reducing our risk of denial and our risk of rehospitalization. If I have this training, we might be better equipped to partner with some of that value-based programming, with maybe the DREAM program through CMS. That's just one of the examples where we have a hospital partnership who is part of the DREAM program, but because we didn't have training in what they had specifically written for their program, we stopped getting referrals from them. So it was a big push for us to get training in specific areas. So reframing the conversation, because sometimes the information will stop at like, oh, it's not a productive use of your time. Okay, well, having this tool can make me more productive and more efficient in these ways, and it's going to impact these other areas. And I think it's really important to recognize that just because you're not billing doesn't mean you're not impacting revenue. And getting used to talking about how what you do as a clinician, the skilled services you bring, the tools and the education you have impacts the bottom line, maybe not necessarily the CPT code. I mean, we gave examples of how different tools can impact CPT codes earlier, but knowing how you impact revenue outside of the CPT code is really, really important. These are just some different links through CMS. I'd spoken earlier about some of those quality programs. DREAM is one of those innovation models that they have. Performance-based incentive programs, those are nursing-specific programs, but they have a really big therapy component into how they are completed and how they're written up. So being aware of some of those different topics and different conversations, so the conversation doesn't just end at, oh, it's going to impact your productivity. What we do is so much more than a percentage, and how we impact revenue isn't just based on productivity and billable minutes alone. Also looking at some of that procedural improvement. So if the conversation is, oh, it's going to impact your productivity. Okay, well, here's how this tool is going to impact me procedurally. So looking at what you're doing right now in your clinic, that seems maybe like an overly burdensome task. So one of the things that I hear from clinicians a lot is, oh, my productivity is really bad because our documentation system is not the greatest. Okay, well, how could this tool related to documentation help with that burden? Is there a process improvement that needs to happen? And by getting this tool or this education or training, I'm going to impact the process, which is therefore going to impact productivity and procedure. Are there equipment hurdles? Are you working with tools that are so outdated they're no longer appropriate, or you're having to modify them so much? You can't bill some of the standardized assessments codes if you don't have an up-to-date standardized assessment. So it's taking more of your tools away because you have something that's out of date. Are you having to use lengthy workarounds instead of something more effective and efficient and faster? So looking at where are some of those burdens, some of those inefficiencies in your practice currently, and is there a tool that can help you impact that and really work through some of those barriers and those hurdles? One of the ones that I saw most recently was we had one of our SLPs who requested some AAC equipment be purchased for our communities. And the reason that we had put forward that request was what we found was we were having to use really, really lengthy and time consuming reach outs to get equipment so our patients could have hands-on use early on in their stay. And it was actually prolonging length of stay in a negative manner because we didn't have hands-on access to the tools immediately. So we put in a funding request to have an eye gaze device and another touchscreen device and then one other device. So we had put in a request for like 3 different AAC devices to purchase for our communities. That way our SLP had them on hand, ready to go. And this is a patient population, a community where AAC was utilized very, very heavily. So we had a good patient population push for it. And really, we talked about the procedural improvement that having this equipment would do and how it would increase all of these other metric areas. So while it seemed like a big ask in regard to cost up front, the trickle down impact was really, really huge. And that was something we could talk about and easily turn around. So looking at it a little bit different when you're talking about procedural improvement, a lot of your tech, a lot of your tools are things like that. Some of the requests might be in the way you document and what tools you have available to document. If you have to go from your patient room to a desktop and you work in a 3-level community, that is a lot of time that is wasted. So is it more cost effective? Is it a better procedure if we put in a request for an iPad or a Chromebook or a laptop? So you don't have to continue to return back to the therapy office in between every single patient to get some of those documentation pieces done. So looking at those pieces as well. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the action plans for you guys, give you some tools and stuff. So ways that we can make some good noise. Kelly and I like to make noise in our organization. So
Yeah, we definitely do. And I would say I never want to come across like a whiner in the negative sense. I want to come across like an opportunity seeker. Hey, there's a problem. Here's a solution. We have an opportunity to meet this issue.
So one of the things, and these are kind of step by step for you guys. So we wanted to give you some tangible, like, okay, you know what thing you want, you know how you're going to ask for it. You're going to go through your list of building your case, what it looks like. So kind of that step one is your needs assessment. So when you're looking at securing your funding source, so look at an inventory of existing tools. What are gaps related to either diagnoses or caseload trends? How is it going to impact the resident? This might be in falls, it might be an aspiration risk, it might be an unmet cognitive need. So make sure you're documenting that resident impact. And then prepare a kind of a prioritization list with cost ranges. So using that KPI framework and making sure that your ask and what you're doing in your caseload building, your needs assessment, isn't just solely focused on one item. You want to have alternatives, because if you get a no in the one, you want to be able to quickly pivot to another. Oops. Sorry, I lost my screen for a second. I apologize. Then that next piece in building your case for your funding. So a cost benefit justification. So linking tools that improve clinical efficiency, showing cost avoidance. So what this means is how do you avoid hospitalizations or rehospitalizations, or in some settings, a prolonged length of stay, or maybe too short of a length of stay. Diet downgrades, things that cost the facility money that you want to avoid. So how does what you're asking for help to avoid those costs? Using small pilots to show quick wins. Maybe you have a patient population where you have a huge Parkinson's population. You can take 4 to 6 of those patients and say, okay, if we do this LSVT protocol and we get that quick win in there, then we can advocate for it across our community. And then looking at reimbursement impact. So that's how you're building that cost benefit justification. And then identifying your funding sources. So this is kind of all of your pre-work. You do your needs assessment, your cost benefit justification, then you're going to identify your funding source. Because based on your need and your cost benefit, it's going to impact who you're going to ask. So are you going to look at department budgets, whether that be therapy or nursing or life enrichment? Is this going to be a capital request or an annual budget cycle request, something where you want to continually be on the docket to put in a request? Is it more of a capital improvement fund request? So finding out what kind of tools go under that budget. Are you looking at more at corporate grants or foundation funding? Or is this something that maybe you just put in the community donation or family council item and put it into their bucket of requests? So you want to identify your funding source. So that's kind of your pre-work that you're doing. And then you're going to move into more of your implementation. So this is kind of your blueprint for starting your implementation. So you're identifying your need, you're building your justification, your request approval, your purchase and deployment, then you train your staff and you track your outcomes and report the results. So this is kind of your pie in the sky, everything went according to plan type thing. So identifying your needs. So this is similar to your needs assessment, but very specific to what you've decided you're going to move forward. So that whatever that tool, that education, that certification, that material is, you want to match it to caseload trends that you have currently or historically have or are anticipated to have. If you know that your hospital just secured capital funding to open a new stroke center or a vestibular clinic, you want to match that tool to caseload trends that are going to be in that area. You want to audit current functional outcome data to see where we are currently, what is that baseline, and how are you anticipating you're going to impact it. Looking at your interdisciplinary team, see if there's any gaps in that resident participation or communication. So if I want to have a tool specific to maybe the new stroke center, where are my gaps in communication between interdisciplinary team members so they know I have this tool and provide this service so I can increase my referrals? And then making sure that you're always having your list of high, medium, and low priority items within kind of that caseload trend. Your written proposal, this is going to look different depending on what community you're in. But I always say put things down in writing. Make sure you have a purpose and a clinical need, that you have evidence-based rationale for what your ask is going to be. Include a cost sheet, vendor comparisons. Most executive directors, most administrators, most people who are in charge of money want the information immediately so they can make a choice. But they also want options, or at least the perception of options. So do a little bit of your homework, do your due diligence, have that cost sheet and vendor comparisons available for you, as well as like a benefit, kind of a pros and cons of each area. And then making sure you're connecting either your quality, your reimbursement, like your PDPM, PDGM, your overall budget and compliance to whatever your written proposal ask is. Your next step is you're going to present this to your leadership, whoever that might be. So do you have a short presentation prepared? Whether it's that 5-minute elevator pitch, maybe you're given 30 minutes, maybe you're given 5 minutes. But be ready for that pitch, be ready to present when the opportunity comes up, and continue to ask for that opportunity. Use outcome-driven language, and provide the opportunity to request a trial or phased purchasing if needed. Sometimes it's a hard swallow when you're asking for a high ticket item, but if you present the option of We could also trial it in this unit or maybe in this specific clinic, or do a phased purchasing so it only hits these budgets at these percentages. And make sure you're using data that speaks to your leadership team. What's going to make that biggest impact when you're presenting to leadership? It's not just saying, I want this piece of equipment. It's, I need this piece of equipment, and here's why, and here's how it's going to impact you as the leadership team. Once you get to that point where they've said the yes, then you're moving to that purchase and deployment. You want to coordinate with your purchasing department, making sure you're labeling and logging and tracking your tools and how you're going to integrate it into your therapy protocol, especially if you have either on-call staff or other team members coming in who are going to be using the tool. Make sure they know the protocol associated with it, and making it accessible for interdisciplinary collaboration. You want other departments and other disciplines to see the tool and how you're using it. You want to talk about it. What I like to do, kind of that step 5, is your staff training, not only with your SLPs who are on your team or in your community, if you have them, but I like to create kind of quick reference guides. A lot of vendors, a lot of companies, a lot of tools and certifications have these available for you. And I do mini in-services of, hey, we got this great new tool. One of the things we did is we just got in-house fees contracts. So we're going to be able to provide this within the first 72 hours. Here's what a fees is and why we do it with our patients. So you want to be demonstrating return on investment through early success stories and talking about that. Get comfortable talking about the tools and the equipment and the education you have and why it's impacting your patient population. And also looking at how is it integrated into staff orientation for new associates within and external of the therapy department. If they don't know you have the tools, they're not going to refer to you to use the tools. And always make sure, kind of last, you're tracking your outcomes and you're reporting your results. If you said that this is something that's going to impact reimbursement related to PDPM under this section, you want to track it and show that improvement. If you said it's going to impact quality metrics in this area, you want to monitor that progress. Report it back to your leadership team. Make sure you have good maintenance, use, and upkeep logs. You want to be able to say, like, this is the thing that was implemented, and here's how it's creating success, and here's the metrics to back up what I'm saying. It's really, really important, because that's going to help you when you make your next ask to be able to show, hey, you funded this thing before. We had great success in it. Here's what it looks like. Here's the next thing I'm asking for because we had great success here. And then kind of this next piece on there is just a brief request template. So this is kind of the 5 things you need: your purpose of your request, your clinical justification and that evidence associated with it, those cost estimates and vendors, your expected outcomes, and then your measurement plan for success. So when I set up my request template, I kind of set it up this way. I have, here's my purpose, here's my justification and my evidence, here's my cost, here's the outcomes I'm expecting, and here's how I'm going to measure that success and report back to you. So it's a good template just to start with to help you answer those questions and continue to formulate that conversation. So a lot on this slide, but these are kind of those bullet points for you guys as you move forward.
That's amazing. I just love it. I mean, it's very organized for a clinician who does not work in a very large, type of a system with multiple SLPs. This is a whole different world for me. But I would say the process can be somewhat similar. It's just much less lengthy. So it just really depends on your system.
Yeah. And I would encourage you guys, reach out. Like I said, get to know other SLPs, even asking other departments, other disciplines, how did you get this tool? How did you make that request? What did it look like for you? What are some suggestions you might have for better success? Because I can tell you there are a ton of things that I have requested that they have not moved forward. And to me, it's just like, okay, how do I improve how I'm making my ask? What are tangibles that I need to pivot on? Because not every tool is going to be a yes, and that's okay. It's just a different opportunity for me to reformat how I'm making that ask and what that impact looks like. Sometimes I'm just asking the wrong person. Sometimes I'm just putting importance into the wrong value category. I generally now know to ask my directors in both the therapy departments and in the nursing departments, what is one thing that would make your life easier? what is one area that you're focusing on with your team for this next year? And then I'm going to formulate my conversation back that way of how can I impact that area so I get that value add for them in the request that I'm making.
All right, so this is really cursory level, but in terms of therapy reimbursement, our CPT codes are built on three basic components. Your MP, the malpractice part of it, includes professional liability coverage. The practice expense is all of the overhead, equipment, and supplies needed for the treatment or CPT code that you're delivering. And then your work, which is your provider effort and time. Some codes might not have a ton of minutes behind them. If they, if you look at the minutes on the work table from CMS, but they have a high provider effort or high provider training required. Video stroboscopy is a good example of that one. The time behind this untimed code is certainly a lot smaller than some of the other treatment codes out there, but the provider skill is high. So that work credit number is going to be a lot higher. But all of this is here just to sort of say, hey, when we talk about where the money comes from, this is a huge piece of the puzzle. And the combination of the payment that comes in for malpractice work and practice expense has to cover not only that one patient's care that day, but it also covers anything related to benefits that you get paid, any budgeted needs to do the work. So those workstations on wheels or whatever else you might have, it helps to pay for that. Anything that you consider a non-billable service. So just the other day, I work in outpatient. And so sometimes there are patients that get scheduled and I really can't bill them. Either they're under a home health plan of care and there's issues behind why this happens, but sometimes a patient will be seen with me who has home health and I can't bill that patient, but I've got to see them for a specialty reason for my ENT doctors. And then there's also folks that come in that are not appropriate for an evaluation. So all that is non-billable service time. It doesn't mean that it's non-essential. It doesn't mean that it's not skilled, but it goes into the metrics that my practice looks at when they look at the revenue for the voice clinic. So understanding your revenue structure for how therapy is paid will factor in, and that's why we wanted to sort of highlight this for you. There are a whole bunch of webinars ASHA has on therapy reimbursement. If you want to understand more behind how CPT codes are built, you can always look up that information. And I'm happy to provide some links if you are hunting for it and cannot find it. But they were in the process of updating all those webinars this year. In terms of system level advocacy with scope of practice, this will be something that you almost certainly will need some sort of help in doing. So let's say that maybe you perceive that there's a state practice act or a licensure law issue that could be a problem in your state. There are some state practice acts. Mine, an example in South Carolina, says that the patient has to sign a written consent form if they're going to be engaging in, quote, experimental treatments. So knowing that there's a policy from CMS that defines neuromuscular e-stim as experimental, my next question was, do I need to have this patient sign a consent form for NMES in my state because of this line about something being experimental? And so that can be a challenge that you may have to consider in your state. If you talk with the NMES companies, most of them will tell you something like NMES in itself is not going to be reimbursable. So that would be the experimental side. But if you're doing dysphagia exercises and you use NMES with it, which therefore brings it under CPT 92526, it might not be experimental in that circumstance. So if that's a situation that you have to look at, sometimes you might need a little help from somebody in your state association or from ASHA on understanding the use of NMES equipment. And then medication, I had mentioned earlier, earlier, you might have to ask the question about whether or not you're allowed to administer topical anesthetics, or maybe you have to establish a policy about endoscopy, whether it's related to an outside person or you yourself in-house providing that. And then another question that has come up that I think could be a point that maybe greater advocacy has to be done is related to cognitive communication. Some state practice acts include cognitive communication in your scope of practice. Some do not. So that could be a factor where you're advocating for, say, standardized tests, but now your state practice act needs another look, because what if it says cognition, or what if it says cognitive communication, or what if it says none of that? How do you loop that into what you are allowed to do in your state? So these are just questions, not necessarily like barriers at this time. It's really going to depend on your state. And then earlier this year, we had heard all about this Medicare nonsense with clinical fellows. And I'm sure it gave many of us lots and lots of stress and anxiety at the time. But there are issues with brand new clinicians, clinical fellows providing services. Some facilities, even now, will say, we're not going to let our clinical fellows run a scope on a patient. And I'm sitting here going, that doesn't make any sense to me, because they don't have a separate scope of practice. So in terms of scope of practice advocacy, I'm using that state scope of practice to say, look, our folks who hold this license don't have a separate scope of practice. It is the same. So, when you need help advocating for stuff like that, sometimes you might have to get a leader in your state association or ASHA to help you. But that's just an idea of some things that might need advocacy related to scope of practice.
Sorry, I lost my mouse. Where'd it go? There we go.
There you go. And then I am a huge fan of implementation in terms of when I go to a webinar, a CME, a CEU, whatever they want to call it, that's information that I can use in clinical practice. The very next thing that I am doing, whether it's during the webinar or immediately after, I am making an action plan. And sometimes I am opening up Microsoft Excel or Word, and I am immediately creating some kind of template that helps me to implement that tool. So I just have a few screenshots here. You can make these in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even less. Down here in the bottom center, where it says briefly describe your symptoms, how'd your symptoms start? This was probably the most recent thing I created, because we had an issue with one of our Medicare Advantage payers. UHC has come out with this prior authorization criteria, and I realized I was not asking my patient questions that could help me fill out their pre-certification. And so I turned it into a tool. And yes, it's a printable tool, but you know what? I use their website, and now I have a tool I can immediately hand a patient. I can get this information. It cuts down on my documentation time, and I immediately just hand the copy of the note and this form over to the referral coordinator, and she submits everything for pre-certification. So using your documentation to help you, whether it's a tool that an insurance company requires or a tool that you are personally putting into your practice, can be very helpful. Over on the bottom right, where it says your home exercise plan, that was sort of the brainchild of me constantly handwriting their exercises. And I said, you know what? I want to make it look a little more professional. So I have 3 things on that table for tasks to complete a number of repetitions, 3 empty blocks. And that is also a visual organizer for me, so that I am not giving my patient too much to do. But I went to a webinar that was talking about independent home exercise and how we can make it more effective. And I immediately implemented that tool that way. Up on the top right, you'll see a little bit of a chart with a spreadsheet, and that is actually RMST. So I use this, and you'll see sort of a scattering of data there, just because it's not all the same situation. But I had a patient I just did an eval with on the 17th, where this patient is at 9% of the predicted value for expiratory pressure, so you can see what the value was there, and his inspiratory is 29% of the predicted value, so he's well below where he needs to be. That patient actually does have bilateral diaphragm weakness. But you can see how all I have to do, because I've taken maybe 10 minutes to make Microsoft Excel generate this chart, is I just put data into the tan blocks and it creates a chart, and I can copy and paste that into my notes. And if you will take 5 minutes after doing whatever course you take on a tool, or a continuing ed, specialty training, take 5 minutes, figure out how you're going to document it, then you can immediately implement that. So I don't want to harp too much on this, but I do strongly believe that if you're going to look for a tool, whether it's free or something you pay for or a prescription DME device, find a way to get your documentation so that it's easy.
And I think it's important to note that, especially when you're looking at tools and how you're documenting the use, what drives our different documentation needs, it gets us the money. So your toolkit is really a direct impact on this, and how you're documenting it is a direct impact on it. So making sure that your documentation, which is part of your toolkit, accurately reflects all of the skilled materials that you have and how you're utilizing them within your practice. I think the EMST, RMST is a great example, because I'm sure there's a bevy of tools that are used within this documentation piece to get that information and get that data point. So not only are you having objective data presented, it would be very easy for Kelly to say, hey, based on my last 2 quarters of patient population, I can cross compare them with the previous year of patients where I didn't have this tool, and here's how much better my outcomes have been with these patients. So your documentation can help to support some of those advocacy needs as well.
There are a ton of videos online for how to leverage Microsoft Excel to help you to build charts. So if you're like, oh my gosh, I do not know how to build that in Microsoft Excel, it is worth your time in watching some of those videos on how to do it. And I mean, it's too much to put in a webinar like this. And I mean, I use Excel, but I wouldn't say that I'm a Microsoft Excel teacher. My practice manager might say differently, but I am a big fan of leveraging the technology to help make my life easier and not harder. The other thing that I like to do is just, this is a concept here of how would I put notes in my documentation system if I had nothing, if all of the documentation system in the medical record, if it was just a blank sheet of paper or a blank text box, what would I want to see there? And this was a template that it's part of templates. You can see the plan of care template, you can see the objective part of the eval template, and then a little bit of the SOAP note treatment note template. And this was the result of essentially me reviewing CMS Chapter 15, the state Medicaid manuals. I looked at Blue Cross Blue Shield, a bunch of other payers, and what they were looking for in all of these different things. And that's going to be very state specific, because my state Medicaid may require something that yours does not, and vice versa. So this was something that I created that it's still in process. It's not final yet, but it's something that reflects like how I need to construct my notes. And if you look over on the treatment side, you can see that it's very simple. And this is where I say, save yourself time. If you're getting tools, don't make it harder on the back end. So skilled service for whatever diagnosis provided under whatever CPT code, the direct therapy activity or exercise, and I put the name of the evidence-based approach, the indirect therapy activity exercise, and then the skilled supports included. And then underneath that is where you would list your equipment. So let's say that I did voice exercises and I used straws and I used tongue depressors to anchor the jaw so that we didn't have maladaptive hyperfunction going on. I would add those things under equipment used. So that's just one example. And certainly if I get where this is actually shareable, I'll see what I can do to share it in the future, but it's still in process, just because I'm still sort of reviewing what needs to be there, what doesn't need to be there. How can I make it simpler to type? So in terms of your action plan, what I would say is, depending on where you are and where you are working, review your state Medicaid requirements. some of those requirements might feel overly burdensome. Again, going back to being an advocate, you might need to engage with your state agency about that. Review those relevant chapters of CMS, maybe chapter 15, maybe others. I had to review chapter 5 recently, so that's just an example. Know your payers. So if you know that you're getting a lot of United because you have a bunch of employers in your area that use that, then maybe go back and review that. One of our local manufacturing plants just switched over to United from Cigna, so now I've got to go back and review, make sure I don't miss anything there. We don't have as much Humana coming in, so that's less of a concern. There might be other large payers in your state, like the state employees health plan. Using AI can be really fun, and we could probably spend an hour plus talking about AI alone. But I did something recently where I put in the link to the ASHA documentation template for dysphagia for the clinical swallow eval. I put in the link to the state Medicaid policy document. And I also asked the AI to compare documentation requirements for those two, as well as Blue Cross Blue Shield, UHC, Aetna, Cigna, and Humana, and give me a blank documentation template for a dysphagia evaluation. And it's really surprising. I think it was eye-opening in that it was a lot shorter than I thought it would actually be, because it took all of these various sources and condensed it down. I will say, though, compare your AI output to your system, compare it to those individual policies. So don't just blindly put in the reference, you need to know them. And then see what you can do to optimize your documentation so that you can implement whatever tool it is that you're trying to do. So we could probably dig even more into AI, but we will keep going. With billing codes, I think, Lisa, you pointed out earlier, kind of looking at your case mix, what billing codes do you use the most? I can ask my practice manager to run a report on how much usage I have of different codes. So if that's something that you guys are interested in, you might just have to ask the question. In my practice, sometimes I am concerned about what's the bottom line. What do the doctors, the ENT doctors, think about my impact on the bottom line? And that has been a part of the discussion over time. Voice Clinic remains at least net zero, if not positive, in their practice. And then ASHA is going to give you updates on One Big Beautiful Bill Act. There's going to be more and more things that come out with that. There might be congressional action about the Affordable Care Act. There's several things that you'll just want to stay up to date on. And the why is because money makes the world go round.
And I think it's really important. Sometimes, especially if you're a frontline SLP, maybe you're not really sitting at the billing table or the reimbursement table as much. But I can guarantee you that people that are sitting at the table rarely know anything about speech. So when you get familiar with how billing codes and reimbursement work specific to your setting and your patient population and your payer sources that you have so much more power at the table. And it can really help, excuse me, drive that conversation as to why you need some additional tools or why you need additional certifications or education or just different things for your practice that impact the bottom line. And the times that I've led conversations with, here's how this tool is going to impact the bottom line, I can tell you that 99% of the time, those are the things that I get a yes for. If I come to the table saying, hey, I know how this is going to impact not only our case mix index, but it's also going to impact our PDPM rate. It's going to reduce our risk of rehospitalization, and it's going to negate our negative 2% allocation and allow us to impact our revenue cycle by 6% per day. Because I know what reimbursement looks like for my communities, for my facilities, for my regulatory that I'm under. And by having that conversation and having that knowledge base, I can easily then pivot to say, if I get this tool, if I get this training, I can impact it, and here's how. So it's really, really important to be able to advocate for yourself. And one of the things maybe you advocate for is, I'd love to learn more about billing and reimbursement. There's the CEU coming up. It costs X amount of dollars. The reason I want to go to it is because I want to help reduce our risk of denials on the back end or on the front end with pre-authorization. So using that as a tool to get education can be a great thing as well.
One of the questions that came up in the chat, sort of related to this, somebody asked about billing, eval, and treatment on the same date of service, because that does go towards that bottom line. Sometimes payers are something you have to consider there. If they require prior authorization for treatment codes, you might not be able to bill eval and treatment on the same date of service. You also have to have a plan of care established before you can bill a treatment code, and it can occur in the same note, but you will need to make sure the treatment part of the note appears separate and distinct so that you don't have recoups down the line. So I'm not opposed at all to eval and treatment on the same date of service, but one question I would always want people to think about is, does whatever treatment that you're delivering, does that cross the line from education into treatment, or does it really stay in education from your eval? And if you can't really, clearly and distinctly separate the training and the treatment that you're doing from education, then maybe it all falls under education related to your eval. So I would just make sure that it's clearly and distinctly separated.
And I think in a line with kind of that discussion, that conversation, is a lot of times we may not be as in charge of our schedule as we would like to be, but some of that is because we have a PT or OT mindset setting a schedule for us. In PT and OT, they have to initiate, at least in the states that I'm involved in, the physical therapist or the occupational therapist has to initiate the treatment before the assistant can do that treatment moving forward. So there's a big push for treatment and eval on the same day in those disciplines. For us, it's not the same case. I advocate for my SLPs to set up a minimum of 90 minutes for each evaluation code that is going to be used. So also talking about the fact that we bill multiple evaluation codes potentially on the same day or within that first few days of the stay, if you're in a skilled nursing or long-term care facility, or if you're separating them into different days, or an outpatient facility. So you might have day one is your dysphagia evaluation, day two is your cognitive communication evaluation day. But that's because we have separate and distinct billing codes in relation to evaluation. And PT and OT don't necessarily have that same setup as us. So understanding the billing part can help with those conversations as well in that advocacy, and also advocating of why you need some of those standardized assessment tools, because you build them separately and distinctly within those evaluation components. So making sure you know those pieces as well.
I will add to that, just in terms of the time behind the code. I think we could probably talk about time behind codes for forever, but the time behind a lot of these evaluation codes is pretty high. So if you've got somebody out there pressuring you to do eval code and treatment code in the same date of service, that may not necessarily be appropriate if your eval doesn't take sufficient time to warrant billing the code. So, I think a clinical swallow eval, the time behind the code is listed around 35 to 45 minutes. But let's say you tack on a treatment with it. Well, that's another 35 to 40. I can see where that 90-minute, initial request comes in from what Lisa's talking about. Some of the other evaluation codes, like the standardized cognitive evaluation code, you can bill up to 2, which is technically anywhere from an hour and 1 minute to really get like exactly 1 unit, and then an hour and 31 minutes to get exactly 2 units. So just depending on that time behind the code, you might be pressured into billing for, multiple codes when really it's just the one. It's just, there's a lot to consider about how you drop codes and the time behind it, but the tools can help you to actually expand the skill that you're offering and help you to justify billing the codes that you're billing. And I put this together just so you guys can look at this climate check. So there's a lot of fluctuation from left to right here, policy chaos and stagnation. And, I think even if we have a single political party in power for the next 1, 2, 3 years, we're still going to go back and forth between stagnation and political chaos. So, at some point on an issue, you might experience a majority party is a power player on that issue. And so you see lots and lots of policy movement or chaos. You see big changes. And then there's going to be other things that the political powers that be have to offer concessions to achieve some sort of outcome. And healthcare is falling into that vein at the moment. There's a lot of politically charged disagreement. So you're hearing, oh, this policy chaos is coming, but then we also see stagnation. There's pros and cons to every side of this. In some states, for example, we might have tons and tons of policy movement. In other states, we might have very little policy movement. So even at the state level, we're going to go back and forth. It's not all sunshine and it's not all storms. It's a little bit of everything. If you are interested more in the state level side of things, especially related to Medicaid, the national NCSL, the national, I think it's the Council of State Legislators, is kind of like their group where they have more of a national perspective on what is happening state to state. They just published a policy forecast for 2026 that is linked on the slide. If you are more interested in what some of the conversations are at the state level, I will say just in terms of advocating at the state level, a clinician may ask me, hey, can you push for this? Can you push for that? We need this in our scope of practice. Sometimes it's not the right time. So it just really depends on what's going on. But I just wanted to give you this sort of broad overview of the political climate that's going on. And we have to navigate it. We can't always influence it, but we can try.
Yeah. And I think that's really important just to recognize, as you're having those conversations, as you're advocating either, individually or organization wide for some of the things you need, some of these climate changes are going to impact how and when you make those asks and how you format those conversations. So sometimes it's not a great time to ask for a big budget ask, but it's a great time to say, hey, if we include this big budget ask within a federal grant request that's coming up, maybe that's a more appropriate way to do it. So being aware of those things can really help you format those conversations and when and where you're making those asks too. So we know that this is a huge conversation. We're coming up on our 4 hours here, and navigating this isn't always easy. It's not always straightforward. It's really complex. So we encourage you guys really start with some of those smaller wins, collaborate with SLPs who've had some of those wins before, and really looking at how you're moving and how you're navigating what's available to you. And really moving beyond kind of that decision paralysis, or maybe you've had a lot of no's in your background. Maybe you've had a director or an organization who their favorite answer is, nope, can't do that. Nope, it's not in the budget. Nope, it's against HIPAA. I hear those things all the time. And really formatting the question is, okay, how can we turn this no into a not right now, but maybe the next request cycle? Or how do we make this no into a yes? And what does that look like? So having those conversations as a team is really important, and reaching out to other SLPs, to other departments, other disciplines is a great way to navigate forward with that. I'm going to click a few slides as we go forward. These are just some different examples within the slide of some different capital request forms. This is an example of a performance improvement project request. So different examples that we've done, but really kind of looking at that final point as we're running up into our minutes, and I'll stay on a little bit for questions too. But really what we want you guys to do, kind of how to get started this month. We know we're coming at the end of the year. So for some of you guys, you are coming either into a budget request opportunity, or you're coming to the end of a fiscal year, kind of depending on what your organization looks like. So this is a great time to start identifying some of the things you want. So I'd encourage you guys, identify 5 essential materials you need. Think of high cost, high value, low cost, high value, low cost, kind of arranging them in that KPI for you. What is the cost? What is the benefit? Start preparing some of those justifications and submit 1 to 2 small requests. The best thing to do is just to get started. Small wins start to build trust, and trust builds budget. So document how those materials impact, report your successes to leadership, share your successes and challenges on the MedSLP Collective Facebook group. It's a great way to start generating some of those conversations as well, or even oh my gosh, I put in this request and I was told no, what do I do next? and get kind of that group think resource going. There's people who have been out there in this practice for a long time, for a short amount of time, who've had amazing successes, amazing wins, and also epic failures. I know both Kelly and I have had some epic failures when we've put in a request, and we've also had some really big successes. But we're both still out here making the requests, making the advocacy for our departments, for our individual clinics, for ourselves personally and professionally. And it is a long game. So really just making sure you take the tools that are available to you and start building those small wins.
Yeah, one thought that I always, come back to is something my mother told me a long, long, long time ago. If you ask not, you have not. So if you are not out there making the request, it's never going to happen. They're not going to read your mind. They won't know. That doesn't mean I'm asking for every God blessed little thing, every minute, but I am thinking about what I'm going to ask for.
Yeah. And I always encourage our teams, if you don't have something on that wish list, you're not getting any wishes made. So always have something on the wish list, whether it's big or small, always have something on that wish list ready to go.
Feel free to jump in the chat if you have questions or you just want to, talk, let us know. We'll see if we can offer the microphone time in the next minute or two.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it.
I'm really grateful you guys were here. Hopefully you walk out with something you can use.
I've seen a lot of people say they're going to go back and watch this again. And I'm sure they're going to come away with even more.
A lot of information, a lot to cover in a short time frame. So we tried to give you as much bang for your buck really with this. But like I said, reach out. There's a lot of resources available out there. I know some of you guys commented in the section. It'd be great to have more information on XYZ. Definitely reach out to Joy and Casey at the collective if you are thinking, oh, there was this one part that we'd really love to dive deeper into. Let them know, give them that feedback and information. They're always looking for what do we need more of.
Yes, for sure. Please, like Lisa said, if you want to DM me on Facebook and say, I would love more information or a demo and discuss or something like along those lines, webinar, implementation hour on a specific topic that was discussed tonight, let us know. We're happy to set something like that up. Thank you so much, Lisa and Kelly, for this amazing 4-hour talk, filled with so much information. And I just wanted, before we jump off, just a quick announcement about CEUs. So if you're a member, you're eligible for CEUs. If you weren't able to attend both days live, the recording is going to be available tomorrow on the site. You can take the learner assessment for the recording. You must do that within 14 days of taking the course. If anyone has any trouble accessing that learner assessment, just reach out to us. It will be on the course page starting today. And then if anyone is interested in receiving CEUs and is not a member and would like to join, I'm putting that link in the chat right now. Thank you both again for an amazing day, and I hope everyone has a great weekend.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Have a good rest of your weekend.